talking about that place inside that makes it possible for you, whether you're a young person, whether you're a senior, whether you're a careerist, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a corporate owner, to be able to deal with life on life's terms. Can you all see the PowerPoint that I have? Well, I'm going to go through it with the hope that you can. To be happy means that you'll be happy regardless of your age, your gender, your nationality, your ethnicity, your religion, your health, or your wealth. It means that when you are happy, you found the why for you, that you understand that life is really short and that it's important to live it like you mean it every day, from the moment you get up every day to the moment that you close your eyes at night. When you do, it's possible to find a bit of satisfaction in life. As of March of last year, or since March of last year, we've had over 596,000 people die of COVID. And we aren't talking about the many people who passed of all kinds of other things, like my neighbor's daughter-in-law who got taken out just yesterday. My sense is that for all these people who left, that there were many of them who did not have an opportunity to do all of the things that they wanted to do. And in some cases, were not at a place where they felt really happy. In life, we will have challenges, and you'll have challenges as a young person, as a mid-careerist, and as a senior. I will give some examples of each as I go through this talk. One of the women who I spoke with, in fact, it was my sister-in-law, who is battling breast cancer right now. And I asked her, what does it mean to be happy for you, Pam, most days when you wake up between chemotherapy and radiation and hair loss and achy body? Because it will happen to some of you out there, and it's already happening to some of you. How do you find happiness? And she said, you know, Ruby, maybe you should tell them about Maslow's hierarchy, because that has really helped me. It has helped me to remember that all my physical needs are met. I have clothing and shelter, and I'm not homeless or destitute. She said, I feel secure when I go to bed at night, so my safety needs are met. She said, I know I've got you and mom and dad pulling for me, so I feel connected and loved. She said, when I think about all I've done in my life as best I could with my career, and I'm talking about a Harvard MBA who's been a bank vice president, but it didn't keep her from getting sick and getting breast cancer. She said, my achievements haven't helped me very much, but it's nice to know that I helped other people along the way. May that be true for you in your life and in your business too. And then at the top is self-actualization, which is really your ability to be the best human that you can be. To realize your full potential every day, doing a little bit towards being your best self. Now, when should you start to do this? The time to start is right now. Tomorrow is not promised. To be so busy focused on giving and serving right now. And when I think about all of us who've been locked up for a year in quarantine and isolation and struggling at home, trying to make life work with children and parents and neighbors. There's
Ruby?
some of it. Yes.
Ruby, you're doing a great job, but we're going to take a station break right now, and we're going to come right back. Remember,
Okay.
genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side, okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo.
And of course, as we get prepared to carry you through today, we wanted to make sure that you saw the speakers from last month. You know, one of the things that we do is we ensure that we continue to push the information for Black business owners all over the world. Last month, better yet, in February, we had speakers from Singapore, we had speakers from London, England, we had speakers from Africa, and of course, the United States of America. I'm Eric Kelly III. I am the guy who's been putting this on, and we are looking forward to all of the great things that you're going to continue to do as Black business owners. Now, one of the things I want to talk to you about is commitment. Commitment. What is commitment? What is commitment to your business? When you don't take the time to commit to your business, a lot of times your business fails. And a lot of times we can talk about failure, we can talk about success, but when you talk about commitment, commitment is not just from 9 in the morning to 5. Commitment is from 6 in the morning. Put your hands together for your 6 in the morning until it ends. As again, this is reality TV, so you'll get what you see. You know, as we begin to talk about commitment in your business, you got to look at how you commit. Some people that commit, they just do a little bit and go to sleep. Other people, they don't sleep until they get the answer. And right now, I want you to think about the word commitment. And now I'd like to bring up Ruby Bray again, as we're coming back from our station break. Coming back from the station break, Ruby, how you doing today? You're on mute.
I am absolutely wonderful with so much to be thankful for. I'm really grateful to be here with you. Thanks for having me. And
of course, after the station break, we wanted to make sure that you're in line again. And I'll as I continue to say, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. And Mark will take care of you this time. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. When we left, I was busy sharing from a presentation that was written just for you for this day. I was talking about how many of us have been quarantined and isolated and dealing with all kinds of struggles and children and work from home and trying to adjust. But now that things are opening, there's some of us who still have not been able to connect the dots. And for those who, if you're one of those people who's been thinking, I'm going to throw in the towel, don't. I want you to just stop. I want you to take a breath. I want you to pause. Because when you do, you'll find that maybe even though you are a little dissatisfied, that it's possible to do just a few things to lift yourself up, turn yourself around, and get busy going once again. It has been suggested, in fact, this is not my idea. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale had mentioned that to the extent that we can just be quiet and listen. And he gave this advice to a young man. He said, go to the beach or go to the mountains or go someplace where you will have an opportunity to just listen to that inner wisdom. And when you do, reflect on your struggle. And in reflecting on your struggle, understand your motives. What is it that called you into this business in the first place? And then if you're at the beach, write your worries close to the edge of the ocean in the sand. And just as the ocean takes away those worries, so too will it take away yours. And in taking them away, it makes it possible for you to then choose, as a way to be happy, to do 3 things. Innovate. Take a moment and think of a change that you can make right now regarding one of those things that's worrying you. Just take a moment. Something that has been on your mind concerning your business, concerning your employees, concerning your clients. What could you change that would make a difference, that would improve the circumstances? Next, imagine a way to make that change. And sometimes it's one simple thing. Just imagine. Next, create a plan and get started to work on that simple thing. I'll tell you, this is very personal for me. In my business, I live in the country, so the internet and Wi-Fi are not always very good. And just yesterday, my internet was out most of the afternoon. And I thought, this is the kind of situation that happens in your business that could be a showstopper, that could cause you to say, well, I can't participate, or to come up with a plan B. And I got busy working in my office. I had bought new modem, new camera, new lights, new screen, new backgrounds, just all kinds of things, thinking of change. And what I realized I needed to do was go back to some of the old skills regarding technology that I have. I got up early this morning and I pulled everything apart. And I slowly put it back together. And wouldn't you know, the old modem worked better than the new one. The old router worked better. And when I took my computer and then brought it back up online, everything worked, so that I am sitting at my desk with all of the original equipment working as good as new. It is possible that there is something that has probably worried you almost to death, that if you would pause, think about what you can change, think about what you can create, and get started. And in the process, stay really grateful. You have no idea how grateful I am right now that I didn't have to use a plan B. It may be such that the same is possible for you. Next, know that change is often an inside job, that it starts with you making the decision that you are going to do something differently. You can start by just stopping for a moment and having a cup of tea. Here is a picture of me doing just that at a time one summer where things were just slower than normal, and it was so lovely to get away. And when you get busy thinking of this inside job and you start with yourself, don't forget to think of those only are happy who have their minds fixed on some object other than their own happiness, on the happiness of others, on the improvement of mankind, even on some art or pursuit followed not as a means, but as itself an ideal end. Aiming thus at something else, you find happiness. That when we take the attention off just our own situation and off your situation, to think about what you can do to help somebody else, what you can do to make a difference in the workplace or a difference in the marketplace, and to better use resources, it's remarkable what can happen. I want to start with an example. And this is, many of you have probably heard about her. She's been in the news a lot lately. Young Naomi Osaka. Here she is in her early 20s as a world champion at the top of her game. I understand she's the highest woman earner in tennis ever. And yet she has been in and out of depression for 2 years. And I started thinking, what in the world would happen to someone that would create that kind of inner heartbreak? And a friend who called me last night, a colleague, said, you know, Dr. Bray, I think it's important to mention that it's not just situations that will rob you of your joy and your happiness, that it is possible to be clinically ill. He said there are people who have not just depression, but also bipolarism and lots of other illnesses, who just cannot pull themselves out. And he said it's important to remind people that you don't blame yourself, and to remind others not to blame. That while it is possible to innovate, imagine, and create, to be willing to seek help, and that means making a decision for yourself. Don't let the media, don't let the press, don't let others who are involved in your profession drive you to a place where you will lose it. The other person who came to mind is Miss Fannie Lou Hamer. Miss Hamer was a civil rights champion when I think of women who have labored tirelessly. They've labored professionally, they've labored politically, they've labored socially in their communities. This lady, who had never voted at 44 years old, heard that the vote would make a difference in her life. And she purposed to go vote. She boarded a bus and with others went to go vote. And naturally, they were turned away in Mississippi, but it didn't stop her from persisting. That there was such resilience in her heart that she just said, we will do this. And she persisted until she was able to vote. She even ran as a representative from the state of Mississippi. She started farms to be able to help feed people in her community. And I encourage you to go read about her out on YouTube. I put the link on the screen. When I think of people, she had a 6th grade education, but was probably at the top of her class. That she was an innovator, an imaginer, and a creator, and somebody who was willing to make a decision for herself, regardless of what those around her said and did. Someone else who comes to mind, and this is regarding our work and how we approach each task, whether it's a task for ourselves personally, our family, or in our business. Henry David Thoreau, many of you probably remember his writings about being on Walden Pond, where he just left all of the noise, all the marketing, all of the sales, all of the many people trying to convince him to live a different kind of life. And he just said, if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with success unexpected in common hours. I've pondered this many a day when I was challenged to be able to do things in graduate school, do things in the military, do things in the neighborhood, many times doing them alone. That if you will hold fast to your dreams and stay focused on creating, it's remarkable what you will create. There's a little proverb that says, I will give you knowledge of witty inventions. And the very time when you're likely to just sit down on the curb, that witty invention may show up. I encourage you to be willing to address it. In conclusion, I just want to remind you, think about yourself. Be happy right now is an inside job. Think about others, that many times when we get down or we decide that we want to be bigger and better and stronger, we throw others to the curb. I would encourage you to build a longer table and not just a taller fence. Last, when you think about the work that you're called to, with every task, to choose to be happy as you address that task. And right now, we live in a country where our water's polluted, our air is polluted, our food is jacked up. We recycle so little. We're busy buying everything that gets marketed to us. May we sell things and market things and share things that people can really use with a long view for not just us and the money that will be put in our pockets, but a long view for generations to come. Native Americans used to talk about creating policy, laws, and taking action in ways that would make the world good for 7 generations. May we have that kind of long view. It is my hope that the little that I've shared today, even though I could have gone on and on, having taught 20 years about business, leadership, management, marketing, R&D, sales, finance, HR, customer support. Many of us know a lot about those kind of things, but in the process, we forget to be really happy, so that as we age and we get to a place where we aren't doing those things anymore, we will still be able to find a sense of purpose. I was flying back from California and happened to pick up an Atlantic magazine where there was an article titled, Your work peak is earlier than you think. Well, now as I'm approaching 70, this had, of course, great meaning for me, and I hope that it will have great meaning for you regardless of your age. There was a man who was a CEO sitting behind an elderly couple, and he heard the woman say, "It's not true that no one needs you anymore." And she was speaking to her husband, who happened to be in his mid 80s, and he was a very well known man who had been known for his courage, his patriotism, and many accomplishments across decades. But here he was, just oppressed. These words came from an elderly woman sitting behind him on a late night flight from LA. The plane was dark and quiet, and the man assumed that the man next to her was the husband. And he said, "I wish I was dead." And she said, "Oh, stop saying that." But what it did for the author of that article was to be a wake up for him that work and business goes by faster than you think. And you'll wake up one day and be like my father-in-law and this man, where your driver's license they will take and say you shouldn't be driving anymore. What will you do then so that you'll find happiness and purpose in your life? The time to start thinking about it is not when you get there, when you're too feeble and too sad to want to get out of bed. The time to think about it is now. How will you serve? Who will you support? Who will you encourage? Whose dream will you nurture? What young person will you mentor? Perhaps like us, you will have contributed to giving scholarships, but it's not enough to give, but to be able to model a way of life to the very end. I encourage you to decide today that you're going to be happy to the very end, that you'll march through your business, through the corporation, through all that life gives you and blesses you with, so that towards those last days when your grandchildren and your nieces and neighbors are looking at you, that they'll know what it's like to really go the distance, and to go the distance with not just purpose, but with happiness in your heart. Thank you. Are there questions?
Oh my God. Was that insightful? And it just, you could not have done that better. The volume of love and information that you just imparted. Yes, you could have talked about business. Yes, you could have talked about leadership. Yes, you could have talked about marketing. But what better subject is to talk about the human spirit, the kind of spirit that allows the world to know that you are genuinely happy and content no matter what situation you find yourself. I am so ever grateful, humbled, and honored to be sitting on the stage with the Dr. Ruby Bray. Oh my God, did I not know that I was going to be in for a treat? Oh, I did. But did I not know what a treat I was going to be in for? So I don't see a whole lot of questions out there. I got Hillary Gooden coming in from Chicago saying, "Hello, ladies. Thank you for being out there, Hillary." She's taking notes. And so she can't see the PowerPoint. We knew that that was having a problem. But thank you for the notification. Steve Pina is out there, and DVA Mechanics is out there, just shining in and letting us know they were there. I want to ask you some more thought-provoking questions. Like, when did you come to the realization that it's more than about just business? What made you, was there a pivotal point in your life that made you say, we need to talk about how best to be our best selves?
Well, I'll tell you, Barbara, I have an 88-year-old father-in-law who retired as a lieutenant colonel, who was a champion in industry with Fortune 100 companies at the high levels, who was head of career services for a large state university, helped lots of people get big jobs. And when he was probably 85, he was starting to forget some things. And they took him to have a medical exam and decided he had early stage dementia. With that dementia, he got where he couldn't drive anymore. And he immediately fell into a depression and decided life was over.
Right.
There is something about aging gracefully and taking the diminishment so that you can, to the last day, be a role model, not just for others, but for yourself, about how to be grateful for whatever measure of life you have. That's when it was a wake up for me. It's like you can't control it. No. And then when Kobe Bryant died, I knew that it was like, you don't get to decide when you're going to get taken out.
Right.
So you better be living life like you mean it every day. Choose to be happy, not murmuring and complaining and lying and cheating and stealing and doing whatever it takes to get ahead in your business.
Say that again.
The time to be your best self, your best thinking, your best speaking, your best doing from your heart is every day. To carry conscience around what you say to people and what you do and what you offer to people. Just think of all the bad food.
Oh, we just lost that. That was so good.
Bad war, all of these, but no responsibility.
Right.
Not a single person held accountable. So right. I'm saying, for those of us who are business people, do for other people what we would want done for us, for our mother, for our father, for our children. That's what being happy, I think, really has its roots in.
And that is so true, Ruby. We want to talk again about how we are living our best lives by reaching back and helping our students get the best possible start that they can get, with up to $5,000 in scholarships and laptops. They need our help. They need our support. We are asking you out there to support the Black Business Network and the Black Business Expo USA by donating. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. Today is the day, because guess what? Today is all you get. And right now we're asking you, we're imploring you. We know the importance of a great education. We know how hard it is for some students to get scholarship dollars. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just a start. Won't you do your part? Won't you help? Go to Cash App, $BBX USA, or check us out on the web, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. We are so excited, Dr. Bray, to have you in our midst. Can you tell us more about your business and what your contact information is?
Yes. My business is Woolly Turtle Corporation. And 20 years ago, when I started the practice, I wanted a name that had meaning. It's like when somebody asks me about my name is Ruby, it means more precious than diamonds. And I didn't know that for the longest time, so I didn't like it. Wu Li is a Chinese phrase that means patterns of organic energy, how you take the dreams and visions and convert them to reality. They become material. You can touch it. And as a coach, I am committed to helping people achieve those dreams. And because I know that life is short, I don't want mediocre mamby-pamby stuff. When people come to me, I want them to be absolutely committed to something that is of significant importance. And I've helped more than 100 people finish dissertations for PhDs, and there are people who are deans and college presidents and who work in corporations and high positions in government, and they make a difference in people's lives. It's like there's a man, Mr. Pena, who asked a question. He wanted to know, how do you get out of a funk? And those 3 little words that I shared earlier are what I've used to support people who have hired me as a coach to help walk them through to the completion, not just success. I almost don't like the word success anymore. What's important is the achievement of something that is meaningful and substantive, a contribution. His question was, how do you get out of this funk? Think about something that you are extremely concerned about. Is it your parents? Is it your community? Is it the water? Is it the air? Is it a policy concerning voter rights? Or is it a product that you want to deliver to the market that'll make a difference? Is it to be able to design a new computer? Get quiet enough to let your inner wisdom show you the next right step and take that step. Create a plan regarding the step. There are those who say, I can't get started because I don't have the money, I don't have the time, I don't have whatever the don't have is. It is remarkable how, if you will start to just take a step,
Yes.
people will show up, money will come. If your PPP didn't show up, if your EIDL never arrived, or you didn't get your stimulus, I promise you the world is rich with resources to be able to provide. Vice President is down in South America trying to find out why people are coming to America. And I believe it in great measure, it's because the leaders in their countries have never taken the time to help them visualize what's possible with the resources that they have. There's wealth in our hands. In fact, I almost want to get word to President Biden and Vice President Harris to start to show pictures of where we're going with their policy and plans. Show what new infrastructure will look like. Show what people on the job with the training will look like. Show people in schools. Because if you can see it, you can be it. And it doesn't matter what the Republicans are trying to convince us is impossible or that there are other ways. There are people who never believe. That's why I put Miss Fannie Lou Hamer up. They beat her so bad she had a gash in her head, put her in prison. They took away her job, took away her housing, and she was just determined to vote once she could finally understand that voting made a difference in how she would be able to live a life in the community and other people. Have something that you believe in, where there's such a drive and a commitment. And I'm not talking about purpose-driven crap. I'm talking about the Spirit will put in your heart meaningful ways to be able to contribute. And then to do that a day at a time. If you need to reduce a little bit. In fact, you know how much I believe this. This past week, I went to the doctor, and I've had high cholesterol all my life. And I have purposed that I can't take statins. They make your arms ache and they kill your muscles. And I just wasn't going to take it. And I found a guy on the internet named Wim Hof who said, if you will breathe differently, if you will drink more water, and if you will take cold showers, it will recalibrate your body. I'm here to tell you, they took me off the cholesterol medication last week because my cholesterol had fallen 30 points. So when you get serious about something that is important enough for you and the people you know and love, it's remarkable how it'll make a difference in your life. And you won't be talking about something you read, but something that you know from your experience. That's what our Black businesses need more of, not just more flash and mirror and lights, but to be able to be models to our young people. A Cadillac, a Mercedes, you know how much substance is in most of those? Not much.
It's superficial.
All they've done is help more white businesses have more of the money that could be used to do real stuff in our community.
And that is a fact. You have the passion I love. You know, the energy that I involve in absorb, because you are passionate about what you're talking about, because it's real. It's definitely real. And you exude that. And that's why people are drawn to you, Ruby Bray. You are such an inspiration. You are such a kind soul. You are such a motivational, not only motivational, but real. I'm talking real. I love the realness of you. I love the passion you have. I know that you are a doer, not just a talker, which we have enough of in our community, right? And so I just want to just give the audience one more time the way they can get in touch with you and how to reach out to your business on the web.
Thank you for that. I don't ever said it. Go to Woolly.com website. You can go to Amazon and you will find books that I have contributed to. There's the Success Strategies for High Achievers, written with Warren Bennis and Brian Tracy, our #1 trainer in America. You'll find Discover Your Inner Strength, another one that I contributed to, with Ken Blanchard and Steve Covey. And at the website, you'll find email address, you'll find phone number. I'll share phone number. It's 703-864-3769, and email coaching@woollyturtle.com. And I offer a complimentary session for people who need someone to listen and be responsive to what's on their hearts. Go there and sign up. Send me an email, and I promise I'll respond to you. And you know what? I'm so excited about the books. Don't send me a note and tell me you want a book, and I will mail you the book. All you have to do is pay for the postage. I'll give you the book for free.
I'm getting my book.
Okay. WoollyTurtle.com. WULI Turtle.com. Dr. Stan Brooks, I'm so grateful you're here. If we can hear your voice, I would love to have you share a bit. Barbara, is it possible to hear from him?
I don't know. He'd have to get the chat. What he can do is we'll let Dr. Eric Kelly get him on the platform.
Okay, that sounds wonderful.
Give Dr. Kelly the information. So you got Steve Pena and Stan Brooks out there. Teresa Satchel has comments that was such a beneficial as an entrepreneur. You answered Steve Pena's question. And Stan Brooks, we're grateful that you're out here. We're giving shout outs to all of the folks out there. And I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. Bray, for being on the Black Business Network and the program. It is my honor and my true pleasure to have met you. I'm going to keep in touch. We have to get connected outside of the Black Business Network. I love you to pieces already. And we want to see you on the other side. Wow. What an awesome presentation she gave. And she talked from her heart and soul about how we as entrepreneurs need to be more mindful about helping our youth. And speaking of helping our youth, the Black Business Expo is here on a mission to raise $5,000 in scholarship money, as well as a laptop for every student to help them on their way. You know, genius is common. Do you know that we have the ability to help someone else? And that's what we're asking you to do. Go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and sponsor a child, sponsor a scholarship, sponsor a laptop. We also have a Cash App, $BBXUSA. Now it's time to thank our sponsors. We want to thank our sponsors, including Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Partner Properties, LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, the National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, North Carolina, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships, GAMS Unlimited, Creative Force Studios, and the Black Business Expo USA. I want to also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Eric Kelly, CEO and founder of the Black Business Expo. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for giving me this opportunity to share on the Black Business Expo and Black Business Network. I've had a bunch of fun out here with you this time as your moderator, and now I want to welcome our next moderator, Tareen Humphrey. Tareen, you are gorgeous, Tareen.
So are you, Queen?
Oh, thank you. Tell us about your business.
Okay, well, hello everyone. My name is Tierney Humphrey. Currently, I conduct business as a happiness consultant with the ATSJR companies, but I am also the owner of Superlative You LLC. My company specializes in youth empowerment, personal development, and business startup vision, mindset, and strategies.
That is amazing. Say your name for me
Tyranny.
so I won't mess it up.
Oh, it's Tyranny, Miss Smith. Tyranny. Yes, ma'am.
Tyranny. Oh, I love that. And I am so grateful that you're taking over for me, and I'm going to see you on the other side. Have a great day.
You do as well. Thank you, ma'am. Well, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Tierney Humphrey, your business moderator for today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, and entrepreneurs, thought leaders from across the world. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing their business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Today's guest is Ms. Vivian Schweizer of Everything Grants LLC. Vivian Schweizer founded Everything Grants to provide professional board development, executive director 101 training, and strategic planning. Vivian's career has involved successfully leading nonprofit organizations, most recently a double dual agency. Her career is in intervening on behalf of victims and educating perpetrators of crime in the areas of domestic violence and sexual assault services. So, I'd like to introduce and invite Ms. Vivian Schweizer to the platform. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. I am well, thank you. And how are you?
I'm doing lovely. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
So I like to remember, well, for one, I want everyone to remember genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so thrilled to be here today. I want to thank all the persons that it has taken and the genius that it has taken to make this event happen. I want to thank Maxine. I want to thank Ms. Barbara, Mark, all of you for your hard work. And thank you also for the introduction. What I want to speak about today is empowering your business. I want to take a moment, though, to share with you that our previous speaker, Dr. Ruby Bray, has been quite the coach and mentor and supporter before I even thought about launching my own business. And so, yes, as part of the introduction, you shared that, I've started Everything Grants, but way before that, I had spent a lot of time activating, generating, researching funding for many organizations just on my own. And one day, Dr. Ruby Bray, in her way, in her passionate way, said to me, "Have you started your business yet?" And I said, no. I almost felt guilty. Although it wasn't quite on my radar, it's something I had thought about. And she gave me that push that I needed because she knew that I had a passion for helping businesses, individuals, and communities improve their way of life, their well-being, the support systems. And so I just want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ruby Bray for pushing me to that next step. I'm not sure if you can see my PowerPoint. I'm hoping that you can. Yes. Is it visible? Yes? Well, I'm hoping that it is. I wanted to talk about empowering your business. So in this presentation, I hope to speak to persons who have new businesses, persons who are considering starting their business, and whether it be a nonprofit or for-profit, I want to let you know that there is funding out there that can support your vision and support your passion. At Everything Grants, what we do is we bring our years of experience to your vision, to your passion, and to bring that to fruition. We focus on four main areas, one of which is grant research or funding research, preparing proposals that have been successful, and through supporting persons who are leading nonprofits. So that's your executive directors and your boards. For your for-profit entities, we work with leaders, executives, in being, again, successful in launching and financing their business. And I'm not talking about loans, I'm talking about monies that are out there. Funding that's out there, not only from private industry, but for-profit industry as well, to support your vision. Usually they're connected to work that you're doing in the community already. And so that's important. Oftentimes persons will start a for-profit business and they want to incorporate a nonprofit arm. All wonderful, but there are things that need to be in place before that's successful. So I want to help you empowering your business with the funding that you'll need, and to be funding ready. I used to use the term grant ready, but not all monies that are available are grant monies. There are other variations of funding as well. So I'll move on to my second slide. Or maybe I need to do it. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I'm getting the hang of this. So we get to celebrate our founders, the persons who have launched the businesses. You've identified your clientele. You know who you want to serve, whether it be a nonprofit or for-profit. Now what? You've ID'd the lack of certain services or needs within the community. You have decided what talents and skills you're going to provide to your clientele, your community, the school next door, if you want to do an after-school program. You've identified the social issues that you want to address. And now what? You've applauded your founder. Yay, founder. The one who, spent restless nights trying to come up with a plan of what they want to see happen in their community or within their business. You've also applauded your founding board members. Yay, board members. And oftentimes board members come on board very early in the game. They support you. Their family members, their colleagues, their friends, their associates, and they help you get started. They may help you by being investors. They may invest their talents, their time, and then sometimes they fall off. I get so many groups that come to me that share that they started off strong. They thought they had a great founding group and then they fade away. All of that is common. Unfortunately, sometimes the persons you start with aren't the persons you end up with. They aren't the people that you end up working with. So keeping that in mind. So you've done all that. Now what? You've done your marketing, or have you done your marketing? You've done your ads. You've pushed your agendas out on social media. Your community maybe knows that you have launched. Maybe persons in your region or even national, they may have heard about what you're doing or what you want to do. What's important? What's important is that you are in place and that you're offering services and products that are needed. Now, someone gave me an example of bread. Now, I like bread. I have to stay away from bread, but is there room for another company that produces bread, another type of bread? Cookies. Is there room for yet another cookie? Yeah, most of us may say no. But the truth is, those types of companies keep being launched every single day. Somebody has a brilliant idea that they think is going to attract buyers, is going to attract interest. All right. So once you've done all of that, what next? I think one of the things that are very helpful is making sure that you are properly branded, using every tool possible to brand yourself, your organization. When I say yourself, not necessarily your person, but your skills and your talents that you bring to your organization. being socially conscious and being active in the community helps with your branding. So I have a smorgasbord, as we would say, of organizations on my screen. How many of them do you recognize? Do you recognize at least 3 of them? Most of these are nonprofit organizations, and most of them don't tell you what they do. But just their symbol represents to you, because you've seen it before, because you've seen the ads, whether it be at the beginning of the year or near the end of the year, when they're encouraging you to make donations so that, it could be a tax write-off for you and a benefit to them. We see them. We know what they are. There's some on there that I don't recognize, but I think you may, whether you be here in the US or internationally, you should recognize 2 or 3 of these. I recognize the Girl Scouts and their cookies. I recognize American Red Cross, which is, they serve outside of the United States. We recognize PBS, that's there. It almost doesn't matter what color the PBS logo presents in, whether it be with a blue background, which I've seen it in a blue background, and here it's a kind of brownish burgundy, but we still recognize it. It is so important to brand your business so that persons, without you saying too much, without even having the opportunity to present your elevator speech, they recognize who you are because you're active. My next slide. Funding your vision. Whether it be a nonprofit or a non-governmental organization, as they're often referred to, or for-profit, how do you make sure that you are funding ready? So even with the PPP that we've heard of, there are certain things that needed to be in place before you could qualify. The number one question that we get at Everything Grants is, can you help us get a grant? Can you help us get money? And the first thing I respond is, do you believe that you're funding ready? Do you believe that you're grant ready? I use this example. If someone you knew, whether it be a coworker or a family member, approached you and asked you for $10,000, they have a vision, they have the passion for it, but they want you to give them $10,000. I dare say that you're going to think twice. You're probably going to do some research and you're going to ask questions. What are you going to be doing with this $10,000? The type of person that they are will come to mind. Are they one to be frivolous with money? Are they one to apply funding properly? Do they keep good records? You're going to have questions. I doubt that you're just going to hand over $10,000. Well, the grantor has the same expectation. They want to know that they're going to invest in something, a vision that's going to materialize. They even want to know that their $10,000, for example, is going to grow. It's going to grow within your organization, and it's going to grow to address whatever it is that you're going to address, for example, a social issue, or help an organization expand, or as we were talking about here today, helping with scholarships. They want to know that they can trust you with that $10,000. So they're going to want to see your bank records. They're going to want to see, if you are a nonprofit, for example, are you in compliance? They want to know if you've had previous funding and how that went. Were you a good fiduciary of the monies that were provided you? They also want to know if there's a competitor, for example, that's already funding you. So you being fiscally and financially responsible is a key component of being funding ready. When we speak with persons, we always offer a no-cost consultation for about 30 minutes. Oftentimes it goes past 30 minutes because by the time somebody tells me their passions and their visions, we're only into 30 minutes, and then we start having the conversation about what's next. But I provide something called a fact finder. And with the fact finder, I can learn more about your business, and I expect persons to be honest with me. Have you been keeping good records? Do you have a working board of directors or good leadership? How long has your business been in operation? Are you a for-profit or are you a nonprofit? If you got the monies that you are aiming for, what would you do with it? Who would you serve with it? Are you expanding? Are you starting something new? So being funding ready, I do an assessment to make sure that, I'm going to be representing a client who I can present to a funder, and not a funder who's going to look at your application and put it in file 13 because your I's are not dotted and your T's aren't crossed. Your record keeping, your volunteers, your in-kind. People get excited when they receive support, whether it be support by persons who are, again, volunteering their time, or persons who have in-kind time or in-kind expertise or furniture or building. They get excited, but oftentimes the documentation is not there and it cannot stand up to an audit. It cannot stand up to a potential funder. So that's part of what I share with persons. Make sure that you are documenting. It may be simple, but document it anyway. We have many methods that are of no cost, that persons can keep track of their interactions, again, with their volunteers, with their corporate sponsors, with their identified stakeholders. Another one is being familiar with your funder or your grantor. Here I have grant familiarity and your recording and reporting. Look closely at the funding source and what the obligations are that you're going to have when you receive that money. And that's something that, if my client comes to me, they're going to know that. They're going to know that we're going to tear that grant apart. If it's a federal grant that has 70 pages, we're going to tear it apart, and we're going to understand clearly what the expectations are. We're going to understand what types of recording you're going to need. Are they really going to want your newsletter? Maybe, but they're probably going to want to get all your numbers. They're going to want to know your dates. They're going to want to know how many persons you served. They're going to want you to commit to the reporting. The reportings are usually once a month. Sometimes they're a quarter. Sometimes they only want an annual report. Are you in compliance with all the other licensure and obligations that you need to have as a for-profit or a nonprofit, with your state, with your IRS if you're in the US? Are you in compliance? They want to know all of that. And at the end of your reporting period is not the time to be gathering information. You won't be able to do it, and you increase the likelihood of not being further funded. You also could encounter the situation of having to pay back money. Who wants to do that? Without proper recording and proper reporting, you could encounter find yourself in a space where you are now obligated to, return funds. Now, I've had organizations where, they receive a funding of, say, $300,000, and they were only able to use $100,000 because of one good reason or another, because of COVID, and they had to shut down their center, or they just didn't generate the amount of clientele they thought they would because of some disaster, or, again, I use COVID as a clear example of how life can change. And so you have that $300,000 award, and you were only able to use $100,000. What happens next? What happens next is you make sure that whatever you're spending is still within the limitations and agreements of your grantor that you have with your grantor. And many times grantors are aware of what conditions that you may be under because you're in touch with them, and they make concessions for that. And they allow you to use the funding for another purpose, or they allow you to roll it over into another fiscal year or into another program, or they just pause the money, kind of hold it for you until you're ready to provide the services that you had once agreed on. When it comes to funding, I encourage you to make sure that you have diversified streams of money. In the business, we call it all colors of money. Now, what does that mean? That means that it's wise to not only depend on any one source of funding. For example, if you have been used to operating through federal funds, that should not be your only source of funding. You should also seek state funding, private donations, corporate funding as well. There are faith-based organizations that provide funding, maybe a local bank, maybe the local Girl Scouts, they're raising money just for your program. All of those are possible, and all of those are important, because if one funding source either dries up or they shift their focus or something tragic like, again, COVID happens, what you had been relying on may change and you may not have that access. So having many colors of money is important. Now, is all funding good funding? Maybe not. You may have to, no one wants to sell their soul. Some people are willing to, but is it worth it for you to accept money from a company that's illegal, or a fund that supports something negative that you are not, that's not in line with your values? Is it wise to accept funding for curtain making when your business is baseball bat making? Oftentimes persons are so desperate for funding, they take the funding and they end up having more work to do than what they originally started doing, and it does not complement their vision. I encourage you, if you ever get an opportunity to receive funding or apply for funding, to make sure it's a fit for what you're already doing or what you're aiming to do. I'm not sure on my time. Oh, so I'm almost near my end. It seems kind of quick. But I wanted to just say thank you for all that you do. All these businesses here, the ones of you who have chosen to join us. I know I have some of my clients here, and I thank them for being here and being in support. I encourage you to support this expo. We have 6 more days to go, and a panel of amazing speakers. And of course, we are in need of your support so that we can generate funding. I heard about $5,000. I think we could do better than that towards scholarship. As a student, as a rethread, as they called me back then, I depended on scholarships. I depended on the kindness of others to go into their pockets and go into their wallets and write that check to help me be successful at going back to school. So we have young people out there. These aren't rethreads. These are persons who may be the first in their families to enter college. And so I encourage you to continue to support BBX. I hear it's Cash App at BBX, so you can make your donations. I thank you. I think that's all for me today. And I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Well, that was definitely a lovely, lovely show, Miss Vivian. I'm telling you, everything grants, you brought up so many points that even I hadn't really realized actually come into play when it comes down to getting grants. For one, even with the questions and everything that comes up, having a conversation, actually being familiar with the grantor. I would have never thought about it. A lot of people are ready to just ask for the finances, ask for the funding, help me with this, but not even thinking of what's it going to cost you. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because you definitely educated my brain, and I'm just like,
well, for example, looking back at previous awardees, what types of programs did this grantor award last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Sometimes the grantor's focus change. And I'm gonna give, again, I like to use COVID because it just came on us, right? And so we had to adjust for it. There were vodka making companies that started making hand sanitizer, and we were happy for that.
Yes, right? That was accurate.
Yes, and I saw an increase that I had never seen before. And I've been doing this type of work for about 20 years, way before I launched my business. The amount of money that was available for-profit industry. So there were, for example, in North Carolina, because I'm in North Carolina, yay. I saw there were funds for bartenders. Okay, so you go to your watering hole on a regular basis. You can count on your watering hole, right? And then here comes COVID and your watering hole is shut down. But you love your bartender and you don't want your bartender to be homeless and you don't want your bartender to leave town. You want them to be available when the next door, and so there were funds for bartenders. There was funding for bartenders, but you had to be, for example, bartending for at least, I think it was like 2 years. You had to be bartending for 2 years. So there were still conditions. And these were persons who just kind of put their money together and came up with funding for bartenders. There was the same for cosmetologists, for example. And the automotive industry started, sending out money. They were supporting nonprofits. They were supporting for-profits. There was money out there, but they had their conditions as to how you could qualify for these monies. Those monies are still available. There's seed money. There's a group called, well, I won't mention the group name, but a new term that's being used instead of seed money is pollination. How about that, right?
Pollination.
Pollinate. Pollinate your vision, pollinate your passion. So yeah, getting to know your funder is very important. And even establishing relationships in advance with, when it's time to review the applicants, you're going to get that attention likely because you're already familiar with the grantor. They know you, they see you, they've seen what you've been doing already with little funding or no funding.
Forming those relationships.
Oh, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Getting to know them.
Yes.
Well, that is definitely lovely. Also, I have a question. So how important is record keeping and bookkeeping?
Oh my goodness. You can't overdo it. And a lot of us like to, I shouldn't say us because I'm not there, but keep paper tracking. There's so many methods of keeping your records, excuse me, electronically to make sure that you can retrieve. Wow, this changed. To make sure that you can retrieve it when asked. So you meet a funder, you meet someone in the community who has access to funding, and they ask you, well, can you send me your annual budget? Can you send me your operating budget? You should be able to pull that up. You shouldn't have to go find your bookkeeper and call your treasurer. And no, you should be able to quickly, because you have either kept it electronically or you have emailed it to yourself, and by the time you get back to your car, you could quickly send that to them. So record keeping is vital.
So it's safe to say that it would probably be wise to duplicate whatever your tax person is doing. Make sure you keep records of that at home so it's easily accessible.
The tax person is human.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Humans get sick. They have to go on vacation. They have to disappear for one reason or another. Yeah, it's vital to keep your own records, at least the final draft, the final copy, at least that, or a working copy.
Yes, ma'am. Now, I noticed in your bio that it was speaking on that you also intervene on behalf of victims and educating perpetrators as well of crime in the areas of domestic violence. Can you share a little bit of that?
Right. I had the pleasure of leading a nonprofit focused in domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, and then I added suicide intervention and prevention because we found that many of our victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, especially the ones who were having a challenge in proving what had happened to them, had turned to suicide. And so we added that component. And what I found was so important was to educate perpetrators or persons who had the potential to be perpetrators based on their behaviors. And so that wasn't a drawing factor with funders per se, because everyone wants to help the victim. But you can't have a victim if you don't have a perpetrator. So how about working on the perpetrator. And so we spent a lot of time working closely with young people, persons who would identify themselves as perpetrators based on information that we were disseminating, who say, hey, based on what you just said, I have a problem and I need help. And those are the ones yeah, it was great to help victims. It's always great to help victims. But if you can stop the leak, you can put water in that bucket, but you better stop that leak or you're going to continue to have the same problems. And that's in anything. That's in life, that's in your business. You got to stop the leak. And so we spent a lot of time working closely with perpetrators or potential perpetrators.
That is wisdom in its own right. Yes, definitely stopping the leak wherever you can. I just found that very peculiar, and I like the fact, like you said, educating perpetrators of crime prior to them getting to that point, and also educating them going forward as how not to. What do you find to be the most leaky places when it comes down to people coming to get grants?
Not being in compliance with their state regulations and their licensing needs that would make them favorable to grantors. I find that a lot of persons and businesses, especially nonprofits, oftentimes persons just don't treat nonprofit business as a business. There are a lot of nonprofits making a lot of money. Nonprofit doesn't mean that you don't make money. It just means that whatever monies you make, you roll it back into the organization. You roll it back into salaries, increasing salaries. You roll it back into services. You roll it back into buying a new computer or a desk. That's the purpose of your nonprofit. So I find that persons are oftentimes not in compliance. They're not grant ready. They're not funding ready.
Making sure that we're funding ready before asking for those funds. Make sure we're in compliance. Okay.
Yeah, because without that, you're not going to be considered.
It's like, I'm not gonna have you spend my money and you don't even have your business under control.
And that's why I raised that point. If you don't care how much you love somebody, they come to you for $10,000. You have questions. You need evidence of something.
It's like, yes, ma'am. It's like, I need this.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying it's like, yes, when it comes down to donating $10,000, I need this to be fruitful and multiply. But also, another question, where can one take a class to learn to do the books for bookkeeping?
Oftentimes, your colleges, your community colleges will offer support in bookkeeping. There are courses that you don't necessarily have to register or be a student of the college, but they're courses that are offered off-site. I shouldn't say off-site, that's not the right word, but courses that are offered for professional development or business development. Places like your small business association, maybe you could check with them, administration, check with them to see where courses are being offered to help you with at least your basic bookkeeping and how to keep your records.
Wow, thank you. So much information. And then I have another question. When you talked about the branding, oh my God, because that was like it's almost like when you were giving a description, when you see a picture, it's like it has to, or the brand has to ensure that it answers questions without a conversation needing to be had and to be sure that you're recognizable. How would you recommend that a person best go with that? Is it colors? Is it like words, just a picture? Because there were a few that we could recognize right off the bat, but it's because we're familiar with those places, we go into them. So how would you recommend it?
Well, I had a young lady help me with my website, and we talked about colors and what they mean and what they attract and who they attract. And, people sometimes just choose their favorite color, and that's fine. But doing your research, making sure your colors flow, they blend well. I use the PBS, for example. There was a white silhouette and then a kind of brown background. It didn't matter what color they changed that to, we would recognize it because they're highly visible. You know, is your business highly visible? Is your nonprofit highly visible? When someone sees your T-shirt or your pen logo, whatever it is that you're using, do they recognize it because you are active? You are active in the work that you're doing. The bank that you just approached for funding, have they seen you, whether it be at your own event or because you collaborated with an existing organization that might be further down the road than you in terms of being recognized? Have you partnered with, have you collaborated with another organization in an event to help in pushing your brand forward or having persons be able to recognize you? Those are some examples.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'm sitting here taking notes. So, okay. Oh, hold on. So making sure that it's recognizable and then also making sure that you have a presence that it can be related to when it comes down to the actions being taken. Thank you so much. Let's see. So when the new nonprofit has little money, what do you suggest as the highest priority investments and how important is marketing?
The highest priority is starting with your board. And I say that because oftentimes, board members, they want their name on that roster, but it comes with a responsibility. One of the key purposes of a board is fundraising. And many board members just can't see that, or they don't, they're not necessarily co-sign for that, but that's part of their role. And then it's the oversight of the leadership, not the day-to-day operation, but the oversight of the leadership. A lot of board members don't want to hear that either. They want to, micromanage their you shaking your head. They want to micromanage their leader. That's not what you hired that person for. So first step is that commitment from your board, establishing what that's going to be once a year. Is it going to be a $500 commitment? Is it going to be $1,000? I remember the very first board that I served on. I was a single mom, 2 children, and the focus of that organization at that time, it was a museum, was to attract persons of color that just weren't coming to the museum. And so I was, a person of color. I was a single mom. I didn't have much money. I was a college student. And, I brought that to the board. I brought that so that when they're having their conversation, I was at the table saying, well, that may not work. Oh, how about trying this? But I could not afford the annual agreement that the board had agreed to before I came on board. Whatever that was, it might have been $1,000. I don't know. So I contributed what I can, but I put in as much sweat equity as I possibly could. And it was just understood. It's all I could afford to do. So the board has or should have an agreement as to what should be contributed every year or whether it be every quarter, however that goes. And then also help to identify other supporters, whether it be their own colleagues, persons on their job. So that's step one. Along with that, having signature events and having persons or groups fundraise on behalf of your organization. So you've got to be known enough or reliable enough that persons would want to speak for you even when you're not in the room and fundraise on your behalf. The idea of having an annual event, a signature event, is also important. Whether it be a golf tournament that someone else is doing for you, or you have an annual gala. Now we're having virtual galas, right? We're doing sip and paint, and we're doing all these things. But having a signature event that everyone knows to expect it on the 3rd Thursday in January, or whatever that is. Those would be my 3.
Outstanding. Oh, another question. So why does it appear that for-profits have challenges finding grants?
Well, it depends. It depends on what you're going to do with that money. Now, if you're going to take that money and just put it in your pocket, yeah, you've got to convince your funder that their money is going to, whether it be expand your business or expand an arm of your business, which is usually addressing a social issue or, for example, adding in a scholarship. So, there's very little money for things like, paying your light bill, but there's money for supporting the programs that you have operating within your for-profit. Again, going back to COVID, we've had, monies that were available for profits. They're out there. They're not as prolific as the nonprofit monies, but they're out there. But still, the same expectation is that you are funding ready and you can respond to the funder's requirements of you prior to picking up that pen and, I hate to say this, wasting your time applying for something that you don't have the pieces and parts. You start the puzzle knowing that you're missing 3 pieces. Unless you're going to create those 3 pieces somehow without doing it illegally, I'm not sure if it's worth, starting that 1,000-piece puzzle.
I can definitely agree with that. It's like, don't even start it. First of all, make sure you're
get ready first. The funding cycle will come up again, or maybe new funding from that same organization, that same funder.
Which is why, as you advise, that you have to be familiar with the grantor and not just be asking for money from different places.
Yes,
so.
Absolutely. I see questions as well. Does it appear? Challenging.
Oh, yes. Okay. So also, how important is marketing when it comes down to your nonprofits?
Very, very important. Yeah. And all of these things cost money. And when a nonprofit is in motion, it's hard to find the funding for such things. That's where your unrestricted money is what we call that. Monies that are donated that you can use outside of your programming. You can use to pay for your grant writer, your grant research. Throw that in. You can use that to pay for your marketing. Although Facebook offers kind of semi-free marketing, you got to boost that thing. And when you boost that thing, where are you going to get the money from? Well, your website and every public platform that you have should have a little donate button on there. That is so important because these are funds that you can use that are not restricted. The funders' monies are going to be restricted. They're not going to say to you, take this $50,000 and just do whatever you want with it. No, they're going to tell you how they want you to spend that money. But your unrestricted funding, you can use that. And it's not money that you can pay salary with. It would be unwise to pay salary with that because, that's a one-time gift. You can't, it's not recurring monies, but you can use that money to do something like marketing. Yes, very important, marketing. And use the free resources that are out there. Start there.
That leads me to my last question for you. So what are some of the free advertising and channels that you would recommend?
I say Facebook is there, Twitter, all the social media spaces. As a nonprofit, you also can have the community events pages or opportunities with your local media stations, whether it be your radio, your TV, to be on their community bulletin board, collaborate with others who have a larger voice than you. I wouldn't say per se help them out, but join them in their events to help with your presence and increasing your visibility.
Those strategic alliances are a must when it comes down to it.
They are a must. You got to play well in the sandbox with people. Even organizations that may be doing or serving the same population that you are. For example, if you're serving homeless, you're doing feeding the homeless, and someone else is doing clothing the homeless, and some other organization is doing providing showers for homeless. You should be teaming up. your funder wants to see that, there are multiple facets to your business that's being addressed. So those persons aren't your enemy. Yes, you're all going for the same amount of money, but if you each got $1,000 on your own, what if you got 20,000 if you collaborated and you impressed your funder that way?
That's wisdom speaking there. That's a thought.
An experience. Yes.
Well, Ms. Vivian with Everything Grants, I thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. Can you provide your email and website where people can reach you, please?
Sure. I'll provide my website. It is www.everythinggrants. Make sure you put that S on there. That's everythinggrants.com. And I'll provide my phone number. And that's 340-643-5878. I offer free consultations, 30-minute consultations. And if your idea is really good, sometimes it goes past that, unless I have another obligation. So you can book time with me on my website. There's a tab that says book me. You just click on there. And if there's a time available, which I try to keep my calendar as close to free as possible. Most people just call me. You can book time, and I'll be happy to, hear your vision and see how we can get it funded.
Well, thank you so much again, Ms. Vivian. It has been a pleasure. So much information. And oh my goodness, thank you for answering all those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. No problem. I'm glad I was able to, I finished earlier than I thought, but I'm glad I was able to have time for questions. Really happy about that, Ms. Humphrey.
Me as well. Well, thank you. And is there any other words you would like to share?
Get funding ready. Fund that vision. Don't sit on that nonprofit. You already did put in the work. Let's get you going. And continued success to all of you and your businesses, whether it be for-profit, nonprofit, whether it be here in the U.S. or elsewhere, and continued success to Black Business Expo. Thank you all.
Thank you. You have a lovely day, ma'am. Well, so the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo.
The Black Business The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'm Jaha, Chief of Talkoa of Texas, artist and entrepreneur. My genius is master building. Master building with what's in my hands or nothing at all. I learned to keep it simple, clear, and concise. Lay a strong foundation in truth and purity, and you really can't go wrong. Allow room for yourself and others to grow. Tap deep. I learned a lot there. Like, it's better to steer away from being judgmental. I learned more about my uniqueness. I learned about authenticity, so on and so on and on and on and on. I realized I didn't have to spend my time being in competition because I already won. You don't have to spend your time always competing against people. You're already a winner. Allow yourself room to grow and allow others room to grow. To learn yourself, to learn what your genius is, and to be the best you, to be the best genius that you are. This is our individual journey, as well as our collective journey. And it's not so much that we have to explain ourselves to people to help them to get us, because they're probably not going to get us anyway. You'll know when you struck that genius goal because you'll freely share, and you'll share it with great love and wisdom. Whatever you want, know it, be it, and do it. Don't be afraid to live it out. Be the inspiration. Be the miracle. Be the dream. Be the love. Be the success. So, what's your genius? Own it. Go fearlessly. We are innately wired with genius. Pay it forward with good intentions. Genius is common.
I'd like to take this time out to thank our sponsors: Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home NC, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships LLC, GAMS Unlimited LLC, Creative Force Studios, and Black Business Expo USA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. And you can do that by going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or utilizing our Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our next guest coming to the platform is Ms. Wendy Gates Corbett, Memorable Presentations, Signature Presentations, LLC. Wendy Gates Corbett is committed to helping you discover your confidence and competence on stage and in life. She's an experienced international speaker, award-winning presentation consultant, and certified trainer who has helped hundreds of executives, coaches, consultants, business owners, TEDx speakers, and professional athletes become more clear, impactful presenters. She champions this through her professional speaking, training, and consulting work as the President and Chief Presentation Officer of Signature Presentations. Having trained more than 100,000 people over the past 20 years, Wendy is a recognized leader in the training industry. She has designed and/or delivered more than 2,000 presentations, including serving as a slide designer for TEDx Raleigh. I welcome Ms. Gates Corbett. Hello,
Thank you. How are you?
I am doing lovely. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited.
I'm just as excited as you. I look forward to listening to your presentation, ma'am. Your audience awaits. So, Ms. Corbett, you can take it away. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. I'm just getting my screen ready. Oh. All right. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen? Beautiful. You know, I went to a meeting this morning, and what I remember most from this meeting is this number. This number has nothing to do with anything that was said in the meeting. What it has to do with is that during this meeting, I was able to delete 217 emails from my inbox because the speaker was driving me bonkers. She did not hold my attention because I actually stopped listening to her because she kept repeating a phrase. She kept saying, at the end of the day, to the point where I was the end of my day and I ended up not listening to her. I started paying attention to my inbox. Nowadays, we forget a lot. We spend so much time in meetings and in presentations, but we end up forgetting so much more than we remember. Whether we are presenting, meeting with people one-on-one, we're in a group setting, whether we are meeting in person or online, nowadays, we've got to do a whole lot more to be more memorable than an inbox. So I want you to think about what drives you bonkers. When you are attending a meeting, I want you to think about what makes you bonkers. Because there are lots of things that people do in presentations that are memorable, but not in a good way. This presentation is focused on helping you do things that will make you be memorable in a good way. So I want you to think about if you were looking at reviews for a speaker and or any kind of Amazon review where we got some 5 stars, we got some 4-star reviews, but then you saw a 2-star review. That's gonna make an impact, isn't it? It's the same with presenting. That 2-star review is gonna drag down the overall review of the product. In this case, it's us as presenters who are the product. Our audience is evaluating us based on the quality of the delivery, how engaging we are, whether we are repeating words or phrases to the point where they stand out, how engaging our content is, the quality of our content. Is this content useful to you? Is it going to help them make more money, save more money, or save time? Is it going to solve a problem? And the quality of their slides. If you have a 5-star delivery or 2-star and 2-star slides, overall, your audience's overall satisfaction is going to be dragged down. Now, I realize that this is not exact math, and it could be that maybe your slides are awesome, but if your delivery is monotonous, if it is boring, if it is flatlined, or if your content isn't useful, your audience's overall satisfaction with the time that they spent in your presentation or in your meeting is going to be dragged down. And nowadays, as business owners, it is not just their satisfaction level that is impacted when we are memorable in a bad way. It's also our audience's attention. It's also our ability or their ability to be influenced by our presentation. Our ability to influence our audience goes out the window if we are not memorable in good ways. This presentation shares 5 secrets that you can use to be memorable, whether you are facilitating a meeting, delivering a training program, or presenting in some other fashion when your goal is to influence your audience. Secret number 1 has to do with being short, not height, and not probably not the way you're thinking. The idea here is to focus on having shorter meetings. Statistics show that we spend 56% of the meetings that we attend are either 30 minutes or 60 minutes long. How many of those meetings really need to be 30 minutes or 60 minutes long? But we habitually, when our calendar comes up and we click the add a new meeting, we instinctively and by default automatically schedule a 30-minute or 60-minute meeting. And then we end up filling that time with stuff that isn't necessary, with content that isn't high value. So I want to encourage you to schedule shorter meetings, shorter presentations, shorter training programs, shorter meetings. Do this by asking yourself, when you hit that new meeting button and you're getting ready to invite your prospect or your mentor or your colleague, your boss to a meeting, ask yourself, do we really need to meet for an hour? Do we really need to meet for 30 minutes? Sometimes the answer will be yes, and that's okay. But I want you to ask yourself whether we really need to meet for this long. Schedule a 15-minute meeting. Schedule a 30-minute meeting with a prospect. When you get your work done, when you are influenceable, and providing your quality information in a short period of time, you're giving your audience back time in their day. That's going to be memorable in a good way. So secret number 1 is to schedule shorter meetings, shorter programs. For example, one of my public programs as a presentation consultant, I have a monthly program that is 30 minutes long. It's a monthly training program that meets for 30 minutes. We cover snippets of information that are high quality stuff people can use right away, but it's only 30 minutes. And my participants really appreciate that. They only need to set aside 30 minutes a month to learn how to create better slides. Secret number 2 has to do with the words that we use. I contend that all words have power. Every word that comes out of our mouth has power. I divide words into 2 types of power. There are superpower words. Superpower words amplify your ability to influence your audience. They boost your authority and they boost your credibility. Your audience is more likely to be able to be influenced by you when you use superpower words. Example superpower words include things like yes and no. Oftentimes, as business owners, as professionals, when someone asks us a question and we're not quite sure what answer they're looking for, we want to hedge. We want to say, well, maybe, could be. There is research that shows that people respect us more when we have a definitive opinion. So when a prospect asks you, is this the budget that we're committing to? You can say, yes, this is the budget we're working on. Yes, this is the timeline we are committing to. No, that's not the budget. No, I don't think this is the best path we should take. So have a confirmed, definitive answer. It might depend, and that's very often true. But what you can say is, yes, this is the best path forward because based on these circumstances, this is the path that I recommend. If the circumstances are different, or if you come into new information, then you can make your best recommendation and firm opinion based on the information you have. But when someone asks your opinion, state it. Even if they don't agree with your opinion, they will respect you more for having an opinion. I use this phrase quite a bit. In my experience as a presentation consultant, I find that the less words that are on a slide, the better. In my experience in working with clients like you, my recommendation is that you select product B. I am confident that product B will best fit your needs. Using the phrase "in my experience" conveys that you have experience. Now, I am not saying that you should falsely convey that you have experience when you don't, but it does convey confidence that you have experience. This is also really helpful in a potentially conflict situation where there is a difference of opinion. When I speak from my experience, experience isn't right or wrong. So oftentimes when there's a difference of opinion or a difference of perspective, what I will say is, in my experience of that situation, I heard something different. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong or that you heard me wrong. I will explain that I heard something different. And experience, saying in my experience does not make me right and make you wrong. And as long as we can keep right and wrong off the table, we are more likely to be able to move forward together when we are not trying to prove ourselves right, or when I'm not trying to prove myself right or prove you wrong. Some people that I've worked with, who, particularly those who are new in their business or they're early in their career, when they don't have experience, it doesn't feel comfortable for them to say, in my experience. What they often say instead is, what I'm seeing in the marketplace, or what I'm hearing my industry experts say is, what that says is that you're in touch with your industry. You are in touch with what's going on. You are in the know, and you are using what you are learning to frame your opinion. So a lot of the young leaders and business owners that I work with end up starting by saying what I'm hearing in the marketplace, or what I'm seeing in the research, what I'm seeing in the data is. And they feel more confident using that phrase than in my experience. We and us. These are words that I use when I'm communicating with prospects and with my clients. So I might say something like, Mark, when we sign our contract, what we'll do is you and I will work together and we will define that timeline. So I use we and us language to show that we are on the same team, that we are sitting on the same side of the table or on the same team. There are times when I don't use we or us, and that is when there is a disagreement and when there is potential conflict, particularly when I'm working with a client. If there is a disagreement or if there is a potential conflict, then I don't want to personalize it. I want to make that conflict as impersonal as possible. So in those cases, I won't say, Mark, here's where we have a misunderstanding. What I would say instead is Signature Presentations and GAMS Unlimited has this issue to address. So I will use company names or titles instead of people, so that Mark and I can stay on the same team, or Maxine and I can remain on the same side. The conflict isn't between us. It's an issue between our companies. That allows us to stay in sync and on the same side. So these are some superpower words that help you increase your ability to influence your audience. Evil power words, on the other hand, are words that squash your ability to influence. They ambush your ability to, your credibility and your ability to hold your audience's attention. Evil power words are words you want to avoid. They make you look weak or uncertain, and you don't want to do that. Example evil power words include hedging words, the kind of sort of maybe a little bit. Those are what I call hedgers. They are wishy-washy. They make you sound uncertain. Another evil power phrase is, we don't have time to run through this. So if you're in a presentation, particularly if you are leading the presentation, let's say you're doing a sales pitch, or you're in a sales meeting with a prospect, When you say we don't have time to do this, you automatically make your audience feel like they're missing out, like you would go into more detail if you had the time. So you make the audience feel like they are missing out on something. It also creates a sense of urgency, not a good kind of urgency. It creates a sense of being rushed. So if there isn't time, what you might say instead of, we don't have time to run through this or to get into that level of detail, what you might say instead is, based on what I know about your priorities, I'm going to recommend that we focus on this aspect in the meeting, and then we can schedule a follow-up meeting to dive into the level of detail that you're looking for. The same is true for something else not to say is, we're going to run through this quickly. As soon as you say that, you create a sense of whoa, and your audience braces for getting ready to go quickly, and they are not ready to absorb what you're saying because they're bracing, trying to make sure that they are going to be able to hear it all and understand it all. You create a sense of anxiety in your audience, and that's not good. When your audience is anxious, that makes them less influenceable. Saying I guess goes right along with kind of and sort of. It says that you are non-committal and you are uncertain. So don't guess. I'm sorry. This phrase raises a lot of eyebrows when participants see this on the list. What I mean here is I don't mean to convey that you should never apologize. What I mean is, when you're in a situation where maybe you didn't respond to an email quickly enough, instead of responding, I'm sorry I didn't respond to your email, you might say, thank you for your patience. This is something that I struggle with. In fact, I tend to, I think in terms of apologizing. That's a natural thought for me. It is also a natural thought to the point where it will come out of my fingers when I am typing. But what I end up doing is, after I type it, I then delete it and replace it with thank you for your patience, or thank you for your insight. Thank you for pointing that out to me, instead of saying I'm sorry. I also don't mean to convey that I never apologize when it's called for. The point here, though, is that it's not always called for. So I invite you to think about, and feel free to type your questions, if there are either superpower words that fit in your line of business and in your everyday vocabulary, or evil power words. I'm going to keep going forward, but I invite you to share your insights in the comments. That's secret number 2. Secret number 3 for delivering memorable presentations is to stand. Deliver your presentation from a standing perspective. When you stand, your center of gravity changes. It also gives you literally your body weight to help ground you to the floor. This, and also standing up, makes it easier for oxygen to flow through your body. And we need oxygen, for one, if we're anxious, when we take deep breaths, that when we stand and we're taking deep breaths, that helps the oxygen flow more freely through our body. It also, when we deliver presentations, when we up our energy, when we are being full throttle engaged and engaging, that means we're going to need more oxygen. So when we are standing, that makes it easier for us to breathe more deeply. It also naturally elevates your energy level. So if you are someone who, when you present, tend to either your natural energy level is lower, or when you present, your anxiety tends to lower your energy level. For example, that's what happens to me. This is a pretty typical energy level for me, but when I'm anxious during a presentation, I try to ground myself. And when I ground myself, one of the results of that is my voice gets lower, it gets softer, it gets slower, it gets more monotone. That's not very good. So when you stand, though, that naturally raises your energy level, makes it easier for you to raise your energy level. It also gives you freedom to gesture. Whether if you're delivering a virtual presentation, your audience may not see you gesturing, but if you are a natural gesturer, then delivering your presentation from a standing perspective will give you physical space to gesture. That gesturing, when it's natural and used effectively, will increase your energy level. It will also help your voice naturally fluctuate or vary the pitch, which helps keep engagement from your audience. So certainly, whether you are presenting from the front of the room or if you're in a team meeting or a group meeting and it's your turn to present, it is more professional and more impactful for you to deliver what you have to say from a standing position. If you are presenting virtually, this is literally my office. And yes, you might notice that the background, what's behind me, is actually a poster. I am not in a loft in downtown Durham. This is my office, except I've photoshopped all of the stuff off my desk. So you can deliver virtual presentations from a standing position as well. You can see on my desk that I have an adjustable desk so that my monitor is at eye level, so that my camera is at eye level. Now, so I have an adjustable contraption on my desk that raises and lowers. You may not need one of those. You could totally jerry-rig behind the scenes and have 4 Amazon boxes stacked up on top of each other. It doesn't matter what it looks like behind the scenes because nobody's going to know that your monitor or your laptop is standing on boxes. It doesn't matter. Whatever you need to do to be able to deliver your presentation from a standing perspective, when you do that, you will have much more energy and influence. One of the benefits from delivering virtually, though, is that you can wear comfortable shoes. I encourage you, if you are attending and presenting a meeting that is more than 30 minutes long, which it may not need to be, if you're delivering a presentation that is more than 30 minutes long, if you're delivering that virtually, one of the benefits is you can wear comfortable shoes. I encourage you to wear supportive shoes because your body may not be used to standing from your home office or wherever your office is. It may not be used to standing for that long. So wear supportive shoes because nobody's going to see them. If you look in that picture, I am wearing sneakers. Secret number 4. This is particularly useful for business owners. If you have an opportunity to speak to an audience of people, instead of focusing on benefits and instead of focusing on benefits of your product or your service, include in your presentation nuggets of information that your audience will find useful and practical, information that they can use right away. So I want you to think about some of the nuggets of knowledge that I have shared with today. I also want you to think about what is a nugget of knowledge that you might share with someone. This very presentation is what I call one of my signature presentations. It's one that I'm known for. What I do when I work with people to design their own signature presentations is we create what I call a knowledge notebook. And that is a bullet point list of tiny nuggets of wisdom that you can share. So if you think about the nuggets that I have shared today, the idea of delivering a presentation when you're standing, that's not rocket science. That's not huge. That's not over the top. It's simple. So the nuggets that you share in a presentation don't have to be overly complex. They don't have to be huge. They don't even have to be your knowledge. As long as you attribute that you learned this really helpful idea from someone else. The idea is to share information with your audience that they can use right away, whether they hire you, whether they work with you or not. But when you can help them save money, save time, or solve another problem for them, resolve some kind of pain that they're experiencing, you will be memorable. So I want you to start thinking about what's one nugget of wisdom that you might share. When I work with people to create their own signature presentations, coming up with that first nugget of knowledge, I don't know, it's something that many people struggle with, because when we think about our own expertise, we kind of take it for granted. It's no brainer to us, but I want you to think about what is something that, whether it's somebody sent you a text or sent you an email or in a conversation, they said, oh my gosh, thank you so much. That is so helpful. That's a helpful nugget. That's a great place to start. So what you can do if you are going to use speaking to help grow your business and your thought leadership, I encourage you to create a knowledge notebook. It can be a physical notebook or it can be digital, but start keeping track of your nuggets of knowledge. They can be short, tiny, simple bullet points. But when you create a presentation and you are invited to speak to an audience, you can then pull from that list of knowledge nuggets and provide helpful information that is relevant to your audience. I am a slide diva. One of the core areas of my business is slide design and teaching people how to design impactful, engaging slides. So of course, I'm going to say that slides are important. In an online environment, they are even more important because it's one of the few things that the audience has to look at. Secret number 5 is how much content should go on a slide. And the idea is not much. I want to encourage you to take all of your great knowledge that you have to share with an audience and divide it up over multiple slides. If you are in an organization or if in your own brain you have the thought of, okay, I'm doing a 30-minute presentation, so I should have 30 slides or 50 slides. You're thinking in terms of a maximum number of slides. I want you to throw that idea out the window, because the more information that's on a slide, the more likely it is that your audience is going to be overwhelmed by a slide, and eventually they will run away. So the idea is to put just the gist of, or just the essence of your idea on your slide instead of the complete full idea. One of the ways I do that is doing something like this. Here is a before. This is a complete sentence. It's actually 2 complete sentences. And I would bet that if I have not lost you completely, many of you aren't even listening to me right now because you're reading the slide. That's what's going to happen. Even as engaging as I'd like to think that I am, I have lost your attention to the slide. When you see a slide, when people see words, when they can read words, they're gonna read them. So when you are reading slides, what's on the slide, you're not paying attention to me. So my suggestion is, instead of having complete sentences on your slides, to have short key phrases. So instead of this 2 or 3 sentences, the gist of these 2 or 3 sentences are that a competency model is a framework, this, and this. So here's another example. Instead of having this description of what happens to our body when we are stressed out, what I actually do in this slide is I copied all of that little text and took it off the slide, and that became my script. Sometimes one word can be more powerful than 20 or 30 words. Here's another example. I see this a lot with agenda slides. So for example, this is an agenda for one of my core training programs. The gist of, if you are even listening to me right now, the gist of this agenda is these highlighted words. So instead of having those bullet points with all of those words, what I did is represented this information with far fewer words, and I even added a couple of icons. I'm going to recap the 5 secrets that I shared, and then we can have a conversation. The first secret I shared is that shorter is sweeter. This is to get your mind away from defaulting to a 30-minute or a 60-minute meeting. Ask yourself, do we really need to meet for that long? And when you don't, schedule that shorter meeting. It will make you more memorable by giving your audience time back in their day. Secret number 2 is the idea of superpower words, words to say that increase our influence, our credibility, and our authority, and avoiding evil power words that ambush our ability to influence. Secret number 3 is to deliver your presentation from a standing position, whether you are having that meeting in person or virtually. Stand. It will help give you more energy and more oxygen. Secret number 4, when you are presenting to an audience, particularly as part of business development, be as practical as you can. Share information and expertise that will help your audience, even if they don't purchase from you, even if they don't become a client. Because when you help them solve problems, you become memorable and they will come back to you when they are ready. Secret number 5, hold your audience's attention with slides by having less information on the slides. Add more slides, but on a single slide, have just the gist with short key phrases that will help you remember what it is you want to say. So I am going to open it up for questions and comments. But I want you to think about what one secret you learned today can help you make the biggest impact and be most memorable in your next presentation. So I am going to pull us out of sharing. And open it up.
Well, Ms. Corbett, thank you so much for that outstanding presentation. One of the main questions I have for you is, where were you when I was in the military with, with this type of conversation? We could have saved a lot of time on so many meetings that we had. That was so word.
Yes, we are in such a meeting culture. Oh my goodness.
It's like the longer the slide, the more words, the better the conversation. And that is not true. Like you definitely.
It is so not true.
No, ma'am. So I'm thinking that's one of those alliances or that type of pairing that may need to happen. That's a strong recommendation from this dual military person that definitely consult with Ms. Corbett about how you can make your meetings more effective. We'll probably get more work done. But yes, ma'am. One question I also had was, have you ever thought of turning this into how to get your teenage daughters to listen more effectively. There were so many nuggets that I was listening to, and I was like, I'm going to go have this conversation with my daughter. In my experience.
Yes. Yes. It's a great suggestion.
Yes, this can definitely become a book or a workshop for this is how you can get your teenage daughters to listen more effectively and plan it in. So, but also when it comes down to meetings, one of the real questions I definitely have is for those who, as myself, standing up, giving presentations in front of an audience, a little bit of anxiety, extra energy actually comes up. So I'm one of those people that will walk clear across the room all the way to the other side. And before I know it, I'm like, my audience is looking like it's a tennis match and I have to catch myself. What type of recommendations would you give for a person such as myself?
A couple things. First of all, I want you to know you are not alone. You have millions of people, hundreds of millions of people who are also naturally anxious during a presentation. It is totally normal. One of the suggestions I have is to give your energy somewhere to go that's not your feet. So for example, one of the things that I do is I will, particularly in a virtual presentation when someone can't see my hands, I will squeeze my fingers together, my fingers together. Go ahead and squeeze your fingers together. That is some of the energy that you would use that you are using up pacing back and forth. This is another way to expel that energy. Now, we're in the same room. It's going to look kind of funny if you're pinching your fingers. You can try pinching your toes. So dig your big toe into the bottom of your shoe, and that will help ground you, and it gives that nervous energy somewhere to go. The other thing I would suggest is to harness and channel that energy into gestures. So if we make bigger gestures, first of all, our audience wants us to make bigger gestures, as long as we're not hitting anybody. Our audience wants us to use our space. The other thing that happens when we make bigger gestures is we use more energy when we make bigger gestures. So give that energy somewhere else to go.
Yes, ma'am. Give that energy somewhere else to go. I will definitely utilize that going forward, giving my presentations and the standing up, because true enough, there is so much more oxygen. I can slow down my speech a whole lot more. The only thing I was having an issue controlling was the ping pong match that I constantly end up having my audience go through. So thank you for those tips. And then even when it came down to how you summarize the slides, you went from having so many words to where you literally put it into less than 2 sentences. That was very effective. I mean, and then utilizing the colors. What type of colors are like best used when it comes down to minimizing the words and making the slides better?
I would focus on there being a lot of contrast. So that means either a really dark background with lighter font or lighter background and darker font. You want the words or the images to easily pop out. You don't want to see people having a squint to figure out what that is. And the easiest way to do that is to have sharp contrast. So dark background, as you could see from my slides, I tend to go with a dark background and lighter font, not only because, but one of the reasons is because default PowerPoint, when you open up a new PowerPoint, it's bright white blank slides staring right at you. So it's default. In my personal opinion, a plain white background says default. So I've flipped it and I have a darker background. It's probably pretty clear that purple is one of my brand colors, so I stick with purple. One color I would steer away from in terms of font is red. Unless, like the Black Business Network, I can see that red is part of the branding. So in that case, it makes sense when it's part of branding. But when we see words in red, our brain automatically thinks warning. Sometimes that's appropriate, but other times it's not. We don't want to put our audience's brains on alert and fear, create a fear state, unless that's what we're intending to do.
Awesome. I must say, I was definitely engaged in the slides, and it just dawned on me that the background was Black and the words, they definitely popped out more. So my brain was totally like, oh, this is not a meeting at all. This is great. These aren't slides. Very effective. Very effective. So when it comes down to slides and giving presentations, what is the best way to resolve misunderstandings or miscommunication with the words that are utilized? Because I know you had the yes power words and stuff like that, but you understand the question I'm asking? Like, sometimes it can be interpreted wrong when people are reading, almost like text.
Well, that's one of the things I think is really helpful in meetings, is to create opportunities for conversation, for clarification, whether it's verbal or using the chat window or comments pane, to encourage people to explain, to ask questions, to get that clarification, and to use that the next time you do that presentation, to use a different word if it turned out that your audience was confused by a particular term. So when you set up a presentation that's interactive, that allows for conversation, whether it is in person or virtual, allowing for that interaction helps allow for that clarity, that clarification.
It's like a teach back session almost. It can definitely help. Well, that is amazing. And one last question, when it comes down to your nuggets, because this entire presentation was some wonderful nuggets. And I'm telling you, I really hope you can find a way to get into the military and start teaching some of our supervisors that less is best, and just get the gist of the information on the slides, because my brain, I like you said, those 217 emails, see how that stuck out to me? And that was way at the beginning. It was very effective. How would you suggest, when it comes down to selecting the information that you would utilize when producing these slides? Like, I know we have the 30-second commercial. What does that look like when you're teaching others how to create effective slides?
I look for meaningful phrases, meaningful for you as the presenter. So that's going to help you remember what it is you're going to say. And also provocative or enticing to the audience, to make you lean forward. You remember that 217, that was interesting for you. So if I put the word email, it would not be as enticing as 217.
No, but it definitely stuck out. It's like, I got to get rid of my emails. It's like, do you know how many emails I'm trying to clear right now? How did she do that? By listening to this boring meeting. I was like, that was a wonderful start off. Well, Ms. Corbett, I greatly appreciate you for such a wonderful presentation. What is your email? And oh, you're welcome. My apologies. See the pause? Start the pause. But what is your email and website where people can reach you?
My website is signature-presentations with an S.com. signature-presentations.com. I'll put it in the comments. My email is wendy@signature-presentations.com. You can also find me on LinkedIn.
Outstanding. And on LinkedIn. One other question. So why do you do the business that you are in, and how did you get started?
I got started 8 years ago. I left a corporate training career, a 20-year corporate training career, because I sat in way too many meetings, like the one I started with when I deleted 217 emails. I found that it was actually I was at a workshop where I was so excited to see this person deliver a workshop. It was a leading figure in the corporate training industry, and I was so excited to spend 2 days in a workshop with this person. I was so disappointed at the quality of his slides and his handouts that it really, like, I was offended. It hurt. It felt like he had done his slides, threw them together on the plane on the way here. And that's what I remember. Not that I got to spend 2 days with someone I completely respected and considered a mentor. What I remember was the poor quality of his slides and his handouts. That helped me realize that being a great presenter, facilitator, trainer, influencer is more than just having great content. It's more than being just a great deliverer. You've got to have that total package. That's where I discovered the 2-star effect. I realized that I had that discovery in a workshop. I went to work that Monday and realized that I was sitting in all kinds of meetings all week long, hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long meetings that were just as bad. So I started diagnosing, if he did this or if they did that, and I found that much more rewarding. I decided to create a business that gets rid of the 2-star effect. So I do that for people as a service, as a paid service, but I use my corporate training background to train people, to empower people to create their own better slides, to deliver more engaging presentations themselves. So that's how I got into signature presentations.
That is a wonderful reason, and what an effective way of utilizing a trauma experience. It's like, I'm gonna pay this forward. This will not happen to me or you or other people who don't want this again. So I
don't want it to happen to anybody else.
We appreciate you, and I'm telling you, check into the military. But okay, another question. So what do you think about scholarships for students, and what would you share with students looking for scholarships?
I love the idea of scholarships. I want every student who has the desire to go to school to be able to go to school where money is not the issue, keeping them from reaching that dream, from achieving that dream. So I love the idea of scholarships, and I know that there are people from my social media pushes that have made donations, and as well as myself. What I would say to students seeking scholarships is to make sure you answer scholarship applications completely and fully, and tell your story. Be true to yourself, tell your story in a compelling way, but they've got to know, they want to see who they're giving the money to and why.
That is so, I would not have thought about it. And I'm definitely going to recommend that to all the other students I come across when they're looking for scholarships. Tell your story and be authentic to you. Mm-hmm. So that is amazing. So how would you rate your presentations today?
I think it went okay, but it's more important to me to find out what you think.
Well, I thought it was amazing. Like I told you, I'm going to remember this whole 217, how to talk so that my teenage daughters will effectively listen. And military, if y'all had this information a long time ago, so many of us would have stayed. So, but thank you so much. I greatly appreciate you for all the information that you definitely shared. This was a wonderful, wonderful delivery. And I look forward to rewatching this actually over again when I have the opportunity. So thank you so much. You have a lovely day.
You are so welcome. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, so the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to the students. And students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Then you have to believe in it so hard because people put their shit and their insecurities on you.
Squad made the beat.
My name is Scott Galley, and I'm the CEO of Haystack Industries, and I am a genius.
Hey y'all, it's TSU The Buzz Radio with your host, I am Zaire, also known as DJ Roz, and I am Genius.
Our job is to find that genius level talent and then to apply it in a way that supports that genius level talent.
My name is Mariah Lee. I'm a musician and I am a genius. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the spell.
My name is Justice. My genius is music. Genius is coming.
Doesn't mean you have to walk around planting unwanted seeds. Doesn't mean you have to walk around with all the guns.
My name is Mira Moffitt, and my genius is poetry. Genius is coming.
Hi, I'm Celeste Stein, an associate professor of mass communication. Although I have a lot of interests, my genius is actually nurturing and helping others to achieve their full potential. I currently teach at Tennessee State University, where genius is common.
I am
a genius.
My name is Gabriel Golden. I'm a student at Tennessee State University, and everyone has a genius in them. So I challenge you to find your genius.
Well, I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors, Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties, LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, NC, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships, LLC, GAMS Unlimited, LLC, Creative Force Studios, and Black Business Expo, USA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. And you can do that by visiting www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or sending a message or the money to our Cash App at $BBXUSA. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo.
I would now like to welcome Dr. Eyal Anubia with How to Generate Leads, Network Commerce Association, LLC.
Hello, Ms. Humphrey. How are you doing today?
I'm doing lovely. Welcome, Dr. Eyal Anubia. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I'm doing excellent. I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Would you take this time to share a brief summary of your company and what you value the most of what your company has offered in the past?
Oh, well, that's my honor. I'll be glad to do that. The name of my company is called Network Commerce Association, LLC, Network Commerce Association, LLC. And our goal for our company is to help 2,000 businesses generate $500,000 in businesses, which represents over $1 billion in revenue. Our saying for our company is transforming vision into equity, transforming vision into equity. So what we propose, what we do for our clients, we're like business doctors. We don't write medical prescriptions. We write business prescriptions. And we basically start out by helping an organization do three things. A, we help you to decrease the cost of operations. A lot of times people think about decreasing the cost of operations, that it begins with the cost of labor and materials. But the reality is that decrease the cost of operations begins with the cost of capital. It's not what you make, it's what you keep. The second thing we look at is how we help you to increase your market share. How do we create a roadmap? With respect to my accounting and my legal professionals, they focus more in many cases in a reactionary mode to protect your organization. We focus on helping you grow your organization, to help you grow your market capacity, to help you grow your operational capacity, to help you grow your financial capacity, and help you grow your human resource capacity. And lastly, the most valuable asset of your business is you. You are the number one asset to your business, and more so, you're the number one asset to your community. So we look at risk management in terms of how we protect your risk from your health to your wealth, to your property, your plant, and your equipment. So we've been here in Raleigh for a very long time, and we love Durham and the surrounding community. So that's where we are.
Well, that is, oh my goodness, let me definitely step out of the way of greatness. The audience is within your capable attention, sir. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Humphrey. Thank you very much. Greetings, fam. Hope y'all are doing well. This is the good brother, Dr. Alan Nubia. One of my favorite sayings is by Dr. Stephen Covey. And Dr. Covey suggests that we begin with the end in mind. And when I'm working with an individual or a community, the first thing I challenge us to do is to take an inventory of our future today. Take an inventory of your future today. I often ask, have you ever been to the future before? And most people say, well, no, Dr. Alan Nubia, I've never been to the future before. So then I ask, how are you going to get somewhere you've never been before if you don't know where you're going? So if you're a business or organization or individual, the shortest distance begins with the first step. And the first step is to decide where you want to go into the future. And what I'm going to do now is I like to do show and tell. So we're going to do a little bit of show and tell. We're going to do a combination of videos. We're going to do a combination of quotes. And I like to share a story with you, and I share it in a round. And basically in the round means this is where we came from. This is where we are right now in terms of the current social and economic conditioning in our community. And more important, this is where we're going. This is a recommendation. I have a 7-step design build methodology that I've created to help individuals and organizations to grow their capacities. So I want to dig back into an old ancient African proverb. Many of you know it's called Sankofa. And Sankofa represents the past, but it says Sankofa is a Akan term that literally means go back and get it. One of the Andinka symbols for Sankofa depicts a mythical bird flying forward while its head is turned backwards. So they're moving forward into the future while remembering the past. And so in this particular case, I always like to give honor to our elders and our ancestors. So I'm going to share with you a video. This video has Mr. Hunley Batts. He is the owner of We Up radio station in Huntsville, Alabama. which has a distinct history because this particular radio station, formerly owned by the Bats, formerly that the Bats purchased, this radio station is responsible for breaking the federal sundown laws, which during the 60s, the sundown laws required all African American radio stations to basically go off the air at sundown. So I'm going to share this clip with you that I had the honor to be with Mr. Bats in his home, compliments of Too Much TV and Miss Tamisha Thomas. And I'm going to share with you this clip entitled The Future as we move on.
So what would you like to see? I mean, you've had a lot of experiences.
I want to see what's in the future.
Okay.
Number one, if you don't grow your future, it ain't.
Okay, I'm going to ask for some technical support here. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me just a second. I'm going to share my screen right now. It says, okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm going to share the screen here. I'm going to go here. And let's try this again. The future.
So what would you like to see? I mean, you've had a lot of experiences.
I want to see what's in the future. Number one, if you don't grow your future, it ain't going to grow itself.
Number one.
The employees can become the new owners of the company. Okay? And that is the best model. But guess who doesn't do it? We don't. What we got to realize is that these laws include us.
We are sitting in like 5 of the tax
credits. There's not one black tax credit syndicator. See, when it comes to wealth, it's not what you make, it's what you keep. But a tax credit is better than cash. Most of us don't have tax credits incorporated into our portfolio. You're sitting on a platinum mine.
Well, let me go ahead and get it.
No, literally.
I'm serious.
Here in this piece, Mr. Bats.
Are you looking for books that will change your life? Are you wanting to get leverage on yourself? And
here, Mr. Bats, who represents an esteemed gentleman who purchased a radio station from the Garretts, who've owned that radio station for over 40 years now, demonstrates that even at his age and even at his wisdom, that he is interested in working with different people in order to mine his gold mine and help his organization to be a lot stronger. Community, right now, we are sitting in front of the largest history of inheritance in the United States. That is the transference of wealth between the baby boomers, 78 million Americans, and their 40 million Generation X children. And our generation had 80 million millennials. In the book of Isaiah, it has a prophetic call, and I believe that all of us here working in partnership with the Black Business Expo should be mindful of. And what Isaiah says in the 58th chapter and the 12th verse, it says, your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the old foundations. You will be called repairers of the broken walls, restorers of the streets with dwellings. So as we reflect on Black Wall Streets, both in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and in Durham, North Carolina, as we reflect on major highways going right through the business districts in our communities, as we reflect on the challenges that we've had to overcome, my suggestion to our community is let's spend more time as we honor the past, looking towards the future, focusing on solutions. Network Commerce Association has a 3-pronged approach to solutions, and I would recommend the community to join me in doing the same. The first approach is community engagement. Engage with your community, with your business leaders, with your churches, with your sororities, your fraternities, your lodges. Engage with the community and take an inventory of the things that the community sees that they want. One great thing about customer service is once you can identify the need of a customer or a client and then develop a solution to deliver the need to that client, normally that results in something that's sustainable. We have to eat on a daily basis. We travel on a daily basis. These things are needs. And so we need to focus on what our needs are as well. The next area is college empowerment. North Carolina Central University there in Durham, North Carolina A&T, Winston-Salem State. All three schools came out of the Bears Den, Shaw University. We need to engage our schools. Go to the leaders like Dr. Diller. Go to the other college presidents as business leaders. Approach them and ask them, since they are being charged with developing the next generation of workforce that's one day going to protect us and lead and help our assets. Ask them, what is it that we can do to help this generation, to help this university be stronger? One of the things that HBCUs are challenged with during this COVID season was that their number one ways to generate revenue were through student enrollments and through sports. And we saw in the last 18 months, student enrollments being challenged, not only by COVID, but by the inability to have broadband infrastructures so that we can offer consistent distance learning to our students and to our communities. Okay, we learned that sports, no one was in the stadiums. So we learned that we need to work with the colleges to help them to create additional lines of revenue so that they can maximize their brand through licensing of their logos or use of their facilities that's going to benefit the community during times when they're not in use by the students or the faculty. And the next thing in terms of a target strategy is to look at commerce relationship building. When I think about a three-pronged strategy between community engagement, college empowerment, and commerce relationship building with industry, then our colleges serve as a bridge between the community on the left and the industry on the right. And we as business owners want to go to our academicians who are brilliant people, but we want to go to our academicians and offer the gifts that we have and visit some of those classrooms, go to the colleges and get involved in their workforce development programs, get involved in career development programs, contact NC Works, find out how we can help our veterans. These are some of the things that we are needing, that we are doing now, and I recommend you do if we are going to buy, fix up, and rebuild the blocks in our community. This area here, we're talking about getting on track. Economics 101. Economics 101 community is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. But take this in mind. If we don't have a vision for the land, then the labor and the capital is in vain. Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship is the vision that represents the goals, the dreams, the desires that our ancestors, that our seniors, that our children have when they walk through our community and sometimes see inequities. They see food deserts. They see not access to good shopping. So when we look in our communities and we realize those things that are needed, if we can't physically create a structure to be there, then let's create websites and partner with Amazon and create a drop ship routine and work with some of our carriers to make sure that we can deliver solutions to our community. I'm going to move to Malachi 3 and 10, because it reminds me of what the old people said, and they're still saying. It says, speak those things into existence, even as though they are. Speak those things into existence, even as though they are. Malachi suggests that Bring the whole tithes to the storehouse, so that there shall be meat in my house. And I'll pour you out a blessing that you won't have room enough to receive. We are a gifted community, a gifted people, but we have to walk in our gifts. You know, there's a difference between belief and knowing. And what we have to do is we have to know that we know that we know that we are a great people and we are destined to do excellent things. And at this point, some people might be saying, well, Dr. Al-Nubia, get to the meat. Well, you know, I'm getting to the meat. But one thing you know about a good farmer is going to till the ground a little bit before he sows the seed. So we're going to till the ground a little bit, and then we're going to get to the meat within this 45-minute stitch. The last thing I want to use as background is Malachi, is Romans. It says, as it was written, I have made thee father of many nations, before him who believed, even God, who quicketh the dead, and calleth those things as though they were. I really like to give honor to the men and women in our community that are old enough to be my mother and father, my grandmother and fathers, our grandmothers and fathers, because it's one thing for us to sit on an excellent format here and talk about who we are and what we do. But I was always taught that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So I'm going to share with you this next clip. A statesman, Mr. Jack Smith, president of the Shaw University Shaw Bears Nation. And working with the Shaw Bears Nation, we created the first HBCU mobile app in the United States to be placed on the Apple and Android markets. And this is a communication that I have with Mr. Jack Smith coming up shortly.
Okay, my name is Jack Smith, the president of Shaw University Booster Club, which is an honor to be able to serve the university, the community, my constituents. In this role, it is something that I really have.
Okay, we're going to come back to Mr. Smith.
In this role, it is something that I really have a passion about. I'm doing it because out of love and out of some admiration for my university that gave me when I couldn't give myself. And being part of this, being part of the Booster Club, several years ago, I met we call him Dr. K or Dr. A. But because the name is so long, we just gave it an abbreviation. But when I first met him, he just talk, and then nobody understand it. So we told him, "Hey Doc, slow down, man. Because you sing some good stuff, but you're going too fast." So as long as we have been together for the last few years, that I learned to really love this guy. Because what he brings to the Booster Club is, he brings his knowledge, his experience, his wisdom, which has been the connecting piece that we've been missing. And I just know that with him being aboard, that we can take this Booster Club to another new level. That with that being said, that the young kids of the young students that we bring along with us, they can't do anything but keep it going. And so I just want to thank Dr. K and Dr. A, Dr. Alan Newby, for his time and for showing us what direction that this club can go.
Oh. Did I do that? Okay, community, I'm not sure whether you heard that or not. It looks like I may or may not have been sharing my screen. So I'm going to try that one more time. Let's see.
Okay, my name is Jack Smith, the president of Charlotte University Booster Club, which is an honor to be able to serve the university, the community, and my constituents that in this role. It is something that I really have a passion about. I'm doing it because out of love and out of some admiration for my university that gave me when I couldn't give myself. And being part of this, being a part of the Booster Club, several years ago, I met what we call him Dr. K or Dr. A, but because the name is so long, we just gave an abbreviation. But when I first met him, he just talk, and then nobody understand it. So we told him, "Hey Doc, slow down, man. Because you sing some good stuff, but you're going too fast." So as long as we have been together for the last few years, that I learned to really love this guy, because what he brings to the Booster Club is, he brings his knowledge, his experience, his wisdom, which has been the connecting piece that we've been missing. And I just know that with him being aboard, that we could take this Booster Club to another new level. That with that being said, that the young kids or the young students that we bring along with us, they can't do anything but keep it going. And so I just want to thank Dr. K and Dr. A, Dr. Alan Newby, for his time and for showing us what direction that this club can go.
Okay, community. When you tell a story, what you really want to do is you want to tell a story in three parts. This is where we came from, this is where we are, and this is where we're going. In the first two segments, my goal was to share with you where we came from in terms of giving honor to those who laid the tracks for us, Mr. Hunley Batts and Mr. Jack Smith. And I really appreciate them. And those are two different generations. Mr. Batts is old enough to be Mr. Smith's father by a stretch. But anyway, that would make myself the third generation. In this next segment, when we're talking about buy, fix up, rebuild the block. When we're talking about buy, fix up, and rebuild the block, a lot of times in our community, we get caught up in material things. And I'm not saying material things are not important. What I am saying is that the number one investment that we can make as a community, as people, is to take and invest our time in each other. Invest our time in each other. Oftentimes I say to my clients, you can take any business and you can break it up into 4 parts. The first part is the market. This represents the roadmap. This is how we're going to get from point A to point Z. This is the roadmap. The second component, this is the operation. This is our vehicle. This is our platform. This is our engine. And we're going to take this capacity and go into this market and produce these results. The next thing is our fuel. It's our gas. It's our cash flow. Whether it's debt or equity, whether it's a loan or investment, we're going to take this gas, this cash flow, put it in this vehicle that we call an operation, follow this roadmap that we call the market, in order to bring these types of returns on investment and returns on an equity to our community. But rest assured, family, assuming that we have a great market, we have an excellent vehicle, and we have all the money we need to make it go, if we don't put sound drivers behind the wheels of our investment, then some of those investments that we make can be made for naught. So I challenge the community as a business doctor to take this thing into consideration as you seek to grow your organizations. Remember, the plan is worth more than the money. This cup right here, this bottle, represents a good plan for one reason. It doesn't leak. But what's the benefit of me having a bottle to contain water, having a business plan that has holes in it? And so what we want to do, community, is we want to take our time, do our homework, do our research, create good relationships so that when we go to the community and offer our products and services, if you are going to criticize us on anything, then let the standard of excellence be the benchmark by which you offer your constructive criticism or even make your recommendations to us in terms of how we can do better. And some of you may be asking, well, Dr. Alanubia, what does history and current challenges today have to do with buying, fixing up, and rebuilding our block? What does that have to do with the current missions in terms of gentrification? Earlier, I suggested to you that if you pour out a blessing, you won't have room enough to receive. I'm sure you would agree with me that death and retirement is inevitable. Death and retirement is inevitable. Death and retirement is inevitable. So as our parents and our grandparents go to be with the Lord, and they take all the assets that they work for and pour them into our generation, population-wise, our cups, our capacities are overflowing. Some of our older millennials are ready to take on this responsibility and have done an excellent job. Others have not. And so the real question is how are we as a community putting in place the types of infrastructures that need to be put in place that are sustainable enough to leave an inheritance to the next generation? You know, the word inheritance is what really separates the hustle from an enterprise. You know you have a hustle if you're the only person who can drive the car. You know you have an enterprise if you as a leader can pull somebody off the bench, confidently put them behind the wheel, and trust that they will go into the community and deliver your product or services as well or better as you did as the person who founded the organization. So that leads me to this next slide. And this next slide is entitled The Silver Tsunami. And the Silver Tsunami gives a good introduction for those, for some, to get an understanding of what our current economic challenges are in terms of the 78 million baby boomers, the 40 million children that they have, and the 80 million millennials. So this next video I'm going to roll for you is entitled,
Don't you just love it when a solution costs you a pretty penny and then you have
the next video I'm going to roll for you
to
is
throw in
entitled
more and more cash?
10,000 people. Hit retirement age every day in the United States. And this trend will continue beyond 2029. Over the next 20 years, business owners will transfer over $10 trillion in assets currently held in 12 million privately owned businesses. This affects more than 2.3 million companies and 1 out of 6 workers nationwide, or greater than 25 million people.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. That's me, the child, Tanisha Thomas. And as a little girl, unlike most little girls, I dreamed of building community and having a voice in my community. So when I heard about the silver tsunami from Dr. Alanubia, founder of Network Commerce Association, I had to go check on my village chief, Huntley Batts Sr. I wanted to see if he could benefit from my recent purchase of a Roku station. After all, the future of mass communications would be the marriage of radio and OTT, original content creation. Who said Hollywood had to be in California?
Who said Hollywood had to be in California? Community, many of us have worked long enough to where we've seen other communities enter into joint ventures, strategic alliances. We've seen other people involved in mergers and acquisitions. Yet sometimes in our community, we form a go at it alone concept. And what we may be mindful of, or what we need to take into consideration is, united we stand. United we stand. And so my recommendation, community, is what we're going through here on this technology. It's called buffering. And it's as great as this application and this platform is, it presents an opportunity for us, those of us who see the importance of media, to see the importance of marketing, to see the importance of telecommunications. It lets us know that if StreamYard and Facebook and YouTube can organize a program and make these types of tools available to the Black Expo, then why can't we work with North Carolina A&T State University, work with Shaw University, work with NC State, work with Wake Tech, work with Durham Tech, work with the small businesses that are in marketing, streaming, multimedia, and come up with a solution of our own, so that when we create our platform, some of these experiences that we're going through in terms of buffering, and it starts here and it starts there, we can deliver a more perfect union for our community. This next video I'm going to share with you, it represents some digital storytelling by our youth. And so as I share with you information, it's looking like I have about 15 minutes to go, and I'm going to try to move it a little quick. I'll share with you our senior generations in terms of what we've done to create inroads and create relationships with them. Now I'm going to share with you some work from some of our youth. This next video is where we took SNCC, Student Nonviolent Correlating Committee, and we gave it a new name. We called it the Student Network Commerce Community, the Student Network Commerce Community. And I'm going to share that video with you here before ending up with the solution, which is the Block 7-step design build method.
Several years ago, me and Dr. we met, and I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. So we met, he took on some projects in another state, and KMT was building this capacity. So we came back together. It's been 4 years now. In the beginning, what we did was we engaged North Carolina, the actual State Department, the Hub Department, and various departments within the state, and even out here in the contract with other contractors, things of that nature. And we ran into a lot of roadblocks. It's, kind of difficult for small minority contractors to get things started. And so what we started looking at was ways that we can just like self-generate, and self-generate our own have our own lead generation in place. And what we started to see was we need this for not just contractors or for my company. We need to tie everybody in to like stimulate the movement of the Black dollar within the community. And so we started working on the plan. And here we are 3 years later. We came up with the block. Doc created that came out of his mind. And then Tamisha, he already had a previous relationship with Miss Tamisha Thomas here of Too Much Television, and brought her in from a media perspective. So it's one thing to be able to, when you market, you got to be able to get it out to the people. And so she has brought her expertise to the table, with Dr. being the business doctor he is, and then me being a quote-unquote operations specialist. We put those synergies together, and we've come up with the block. And here we are in the 4th year, and we're engaged in Shaw University, and we've engaged several other universities as well. But we want to start right here in Raleigh, North Carolina, right in our own backyard. And here we are with some of Too Much Television's mentees, Miss Winter and Miss Anaya, and I'm gonna pass the ball from there.
KMT Heating, keeping you cool in the summers and warm in the winter. Call for your appointment today.
So what I wanted to demonstrate during this process is this is where we came from, this is where we are, and this is where we're going. Where we came from is first honoring those men and women and the ancestors and those people who prophesied greatness in our community. We talked about Isaiah in terms of the call for us as a community to rebuild the old businesses. The purpose of the Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block campaign is a threefold campaign. The Buy campaign is a land loss, land prevention plan. And the purpose of that is to enter into relationships and create teams that consist of our realtors, our tradesmen, our accountants, our lawyers, our academics, our business, our finance, our insurance, to create teams that we can go in our community and secure those assets, prevent foreclosures in some cases, and offer short sales in other cases. The next phase of the Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block campaign is to fix up our communities. We have to go into our communities and take an inventory of the things, of the deficits, take an inventory of the challenges in our community. If we see houses that are boarded up, businesses that are boarded up, whether they're in a residential community or whether they're in a rural community or an urban community, we need to take an inventory of those things and then go to your church, go to your fraternity, go to your sorority, organize a group of people and say, hey, these are some of the challenges that we see in our community. Now, what can we do with the brilliance that we represent to come up with a game plan so that we can be the balm in our Gilead, so that we can not just talk about Black Wall Street in Tulsa or Durham, but we can create the new Black Wall Street. We can create our new senior citizens housing. We can establish our own 1031 exchange to where we can take a senior or anyone else who's in one piece of property and then exchange the value for that property to a condo where they have their own restaurant and their own bar and their own shopping and their own medical and dental facilities, all on one piece of property. And the Rebuild campaign is focused on commercial real estate, whether that is agricultural in terms of hydroponics or aquaponics, or whether that's some of the old tobacco farms, tobacco barns, or whether it's in a rural community like Rocky Mount. Rocky Mount, I hear, is going to be the next Atlanta. But we need to take an inventory of the assets because it's much new real estate that's being developed. There's much new buildings that are being built. There's so much more existing real estate stock that is in disrepair that needs to be put in repair. And those of us that have a vision and those of us who are willing to put together teams to make those things happen, it's not going to happen unless we make it happen. So the third step of the Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block campaign is focused on commercial. So earlier we talked about this is where we came from, and I gave you two examples: the future with Mr. Batts, and also I gave other examples of Black Wall Street. But we also talked about our youth and how our youth could get involved. Now I'm going to go to a slide here, and it's digital storytelling. And this is an example where our youth have gotten involved in identifying challenges right there in Reidsville, North Carolina, in our community. A lot of us don't realize that before there was a Black Wall Street and there was a Tulsa Wall Street, there was the block. This is the Good Brother Doctor here in Reidsville,
North Carolina, with the team from NC 100, where their goal is to imagine that in terms of how we can buy, fix up, and rebuild the block. And these brilliant students here have shown us areas of Reedsville that they'd like to build up. Oliver. And somebody tell us about this area and what is it about this area that you imagine that you would like to see fixed up. We will start one person at a time.
Well, today was pretty exciting. So one thing that I eventually would love to see the students do in conjunction with our interns and the rest of our staff and our board is tell these stories that have been happening here in Rockingham County. There's some really great things happening, people doing really great nonprofit work. We're doing mission-focused work. They have authentic relationships with the people that institutions want to support. And I want them to be able to tell those stories from their perspective and let people kind of see like how they think about these stories and what's going on, and then be able to tell like a broader perspective, larger vision story about, how an adult or business person might understand what's going on.
Learn a great deal about each other from our smartphones, tablets, and computers.
Okay, so can someone tell me what is digital storage? Yes, Monty. Podcast, commercial, video games, internet, YouTube, TikTok, what else? Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, social media. So all of those are things that people create, right? Have you ever seen yourself in one of those images? Well, you gonna that's what we're here today for.
And when we're working on the Raleigh Rural Reedsville Initiative, and we created a campaign a little over a year ago. When we focused, we called it the block campaign. When we focused on 3 areas: buy back, fix up, and rebuild the block. We also came here in Reedsville and had the honor to Miss Portia Paris and Mr. Merrill Holloway, who happens to be the executive director of the NC 100. And we were talking about the block and the kids today and just said, listen, Dr. Hallelujah, I really have to show you something. I said, because we have a campaign called Imagine That, where we challenge the kids to use their imagination to envision what they want their community to look like. And they kept saying to me, Dr. Hallelujah, I'll have to show you the block. Now, it was ironic to me because the name of our campaign is the block. So we came through, we walked through the code, we got all the way up the railroad track, that's the Reedsville Foundation, and they showed us this whole strip that you see all of this. Okay, this whole strip, okay, all the way from that red building right there, down here. This is the African American Business District.
What would you like to see here? I would like to see a place for the poor to sleep or eat. Absolutely. I'd like to see it like more fun. I would like to see a I would like to have the restaurants, even though those other places closed down. I would like to see a Starbucks. I like to see a place for kids just to hang out.
Where you going, sir? Where you going, sir?
I would like to see more parks.
Yes. Who else have we got?
I would like to see, stuff that was here back in the day rebuilt, so older people can get that nostalgia.
Okay, wonderful. And how soon do you want the spaces built for the homeless people?
Next few months. There's a lot of them out there.
Okay, do you want to participate in the design?
Would be nice.
Okay. Can you imagine yourself participating in the design? Okay. You? How about yourself? All right then.
So community, that was video. So far I've shared with you videos that honor our past in terms of where we have come. We've honored our elders in terms of those who laid the foundations for us to be where we are. And I just introduced to you our youth in terms of showing how our youth are dedicated to helping us to identify how we can buy, fix up, and rebuild the blocks within our community. And so that I can expedite this process and bring it to a close, I'm going to recommend our 7-step design build process. The 7-step design build process. First of all, I want to talk to you about our values, mission, and vision. Our core values: our people are our greatest asset. Our core values focus on assuring that our people have access to the tools and resources they need to create positive economic change within their communities, institutions of higher learning, business, and commerce industries they represent. Network Commerce Association and Partners' mission is to help 2,000 Black companies reach 500,000 in sales, which represents $1 billion in revenue. Our vision is to establish a world-class multimedia shared services contact center, employing best practices required to manifest our mission. The solution: I recommend that we apply the 7-step design build model supporting organizational and community viability within the context of your mission, vision, and purpose. When it comes to your brand equity in the community, we shall promote the following 3 narrative storytelling views: past performance, current challenges and goals, and future social economic assets you envision manifesting. Please consider the following approach and high-level statement of work. I created this as a design build scenario. So the design on your business is to upgrade your organization's brand and value proposition. In doing that, we recommend you establish a project management office, recruit members of the board and community at large, create and sign the project charter. The project charter consists of your stakeholders, okay? And create a project communications plan, because we need to communicate and forecast the vision that we have for our community. The next step is to promote grassroots community organizing events and evidence-based solution advocacy programs. Come out of your comfort zone, come into your office, get a part of the PTA, help the Delta Gyms, get in part with the AKAs, help the Gleaners or the Knights of Pythagoras. Find some organization that you can assign your business to and help our community. Go into our senior housing facilities. Encourage our seniors who have a treasure trove of information to come get involved in your business and share with you some of their experiences. The third step is to edify cultural and community empowerment through certification, education, training, and business, academic, public-private partnerships. This word right here, my grandmother used to say to me, young man, don't hang with them boys because they ain't got no culture. And when I was doing my homework, what I realized was that the number one synonym for the word culture was the number one synonym for the word education was the word culture. So the next area here is to build. The build talks about our community marketplace. When we're talking about building, we want to build in our community marketplace. Okay. So build the community marketplace, access the market requirements, your products and services, benchmark feasibility and brand, and create success. We should know what the best practices are for our industries. We know if we watch basketball and football and Serena Williams, we know who those best practices are and what those plays are, and we should know the same things for our business. The next thing is to define our operational capacity needs for growth. What ingredients do we need? What people, process, technology, property planning, and equipment? If you're going to cook a cake, the first thing you got to ask about is the ingredients. But then once you have the ingredients, the other question is what's your recipe? Marketing, services, fulfillment, product and service delivery. Solutions begin with the end in mind. What sustainable products and services, programs are needed in the community that merit investment underwriting? Okay, you have to have the operational capacity and you have to know your roadmap when you approach an investor, because they're going to want to know that your market is feasible and either you have the capacity to deliver or you're coming to that investor, whether it's a debt investment in terms of a loan or an investor in terms of a crowd fund, and you're asking them to invest in helping you build your operational capacity to serve your community. Number 3, identify and secure financial options, debt, equity options, identify grant targets, public and private, in-kind contributions. What does your capital campaign look like? Ascertain structured financing options, tax credits, opportunity zones, and other funding opportunities, bonds, supporting your growth. And lastly, your human capital strategy. What does the inventory for your vision look like when you talk about your management team, your board, your staff, your volunteers, students, consultants, including having their resumes on file? You know, we talk about having a bench in sports, but we need to have a bench in our business. How are we comparing and contrasting current and proposed organizational charts? Sometimes when you create an organizational chart, you might say, I'm 1 or 2 people and I'm wearing 10 or 20 hats. Well, draw out that organizational chart and demonstrate those 10 or 20 hats that you're wearing, and then create a plan to where you can offload some of that responsibility onto somebody else, whether you're working with a student in North Carolina A&T, North Carolina Central, or Shaw University, whether you're paid or you're volunteering. Organize that organizational chart that you have that's going to support the growth that you have for yourself, your company, and for our community. I hear somebody coming with me. The last thing I want to invite you to do is go by and visit the Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block and look at the membership section. And right here, it lists the products and services that we offer. If you go in and you fill that out, we'll get back at you. So Miss Moderator, I think I heard you chime in. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, Miss Humphrey, and I'm gonna go from there.
Well, Dr. Alanubia, that was definitely a wonderful and informational presentation of being able to take an inventory of your future from where we stand today. I will definitely visit the whole Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block campaign to see if I can get more information, but this has been very informational and educational in a way of how to promote community engagement as we continue along with our businesses. And even the mindset of being able to go back, how can we empower the colleges to enable them to maintain their strength throughout this whole COVID thing, which is another reason why we've come together for this scholarship fund with the Black Business Expo. So I thank you so much for your presentation, because it definitely enhanced everything and all the efforts in which we're trying to do today. But if you don't mind, can you share your email and your website as to how we can contact you?
Yes, ma'am. My email is drDoctor@ncassoc1.com. That's doctor@ncassoc1.com. And the website is http://ncassoc1.com. And you can always Google Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block. And in this case, it's Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block.toomutchtv.com. Buy, Fix Up, Rebuild the Block.toomutchtinc.com. Check out our YouTube page at Too Much TV.
Too Much TV. Too Much TV.
That's right.
Well, I greatly appreciate you for all your time and everything that you share with us. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the side. I salute you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo.
I'd like to take this time out to say thank you to our sponsors, Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties, LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, NC, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships, LLC, GAMS Unlimited, LLC, Creative Force Studios, and Black Business Expo, USA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. Our next guest is Ms. Maxine Phillips of Be the CEO of Your Life, GAMS Unlimited. Maxine Phillips McCoy's 3+ decades of human resources experience makes her a powerhouse as a master transformation strategist. After 25+ years inside the corporate world, an unexpected crossroads shifted her to guiding executives in leveraging their strengths as a competitive advantage. Specializing in middle managers and C-level leaders, she carefully evaluates professionals' innate abilities and then assists in designing career and life strategies that bring clarity. In this way, they continue to reach the pinnacle of success on their terms. Her clients have done 180 degrees career change, resulting in job satisfaction, career growth, increased confidence, contentment, more money, and even a better family life. Welcome to the platform, Miss Maxine Phillips.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Ms. McCoy. How are you, ma'am?
I am wonderful.
That is outstanding. Well, I leave the audience in your capable hands, ma'am. And please remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you so much, Tierney. Awesome job. Hello, everyone. I am Maxine Phillips McCoy, and I am the level-less woman. And where do I get that from? Let's see if we can share this presentation. All right, there we go. So we're going to talk about today. Let me see. Can I get to the full view? Let's see. We want the whole screen to come up and not just part of it. Let's see. I tell you what, we've been having some trouble with these PowerPoints. But anyway, I'm going to proceed as is, and you can see that part of it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about, I started a company called GAMS Unlimited, and it was for adults and students. And that was back in 2011. And then I transitioned into Level-less in November of 2020. But the doctor said earlier, he said, you have to start with the end in mind, and then you go back to the beginning. If I were to take you back to the beginning, when I was a young girl, about 11 years of age, then this is where I started sharing with you information about my family. My father, who was a coal miner. I am the 8th of 12 children. When I talk about innate abilities, my father had to stop school in the 3rd grade. Yes, the 3rd grade. But he became a mechanic. He became a carpenter. He became an electrician. But his profession was a coal miner. Now, 3rd grade education. So where did he get those abilities from in order to learn all those other trades? My mother, a stay-at-home mom who finished school at the 11th grade. She only went to the 11th grade, but she was a poet. She wrote stories. She mentored over 200 of the children in the community. I'm telling you this story because when it comes to innate abilities, those abilities that you were born with that nobody had to teach them to you. How do we get these prodigies, these musicians, the ones who can write, the ones who know numbers that nobody had to teach them to at the age of 5 or even younger? And they can quote different scriptures or different stories, but no one had to teach it to them. It's an automatic gift that they were given at birth. So that's what GAMS Unlimited does. It helps you to understand who you are from your core, and to help you to understand you can take those innate abilities that you have and you can become who you were created to be. So we not only do the students, but we also do adults. And that means we're transforming generations. And GAMS is about transforming generations. It's about 3 generations in the name: the mother, the father, the 2 children, and the first grandson. The unlimited comes in is when you know who you are and whose you are. The sky is not the limit, but your options and opportunities are actually unlimited. So the unlimited is the piece that I focus on the most, because it's about you understanding who you are from your core. And when you do that, you are levelless. You become levelless. So what does levelless actually means? It really means unlimited. It can be infinity. It can mean no levels. No levels. Have you ever heard of that before? No levels? My gracious, why would we even be talking about no levels? And that's because with levelless, we empower women. We empower you to know your worth. We empower you to advocate for yourself and to continue to succeed on your own terms. Did you hear what I just said? Succeed on your own terms. You don't have to wait on anyone to tell you that you are top talent. You should know that from your inner core. You should know that from the achievements that you've done. And when you continue to succeed on your own terms, that means that you have defined success for yourself. Oh, I know the dictionary has a definition of success, but I'm an out-of-the-box thinker. I do not think as status quo as everyone else. So if there's a team of us and when you're going down lane A, Maxine is going to choose lane B, because I want to see what's on the other side. I want to see how can we make things change. I want to see. Notice I'm using the word see. And that's because we help you to envision where you are going. We help you to bring that clarity. And that's what you need as you get ready to become the CEO of your life. Now, I know we hear about CEO of organizations, but what about a CEO of your life? Why haven't we thought of that before? Here we have a young lady standing before us, Sarita Hill, who's now the executive director of Step Up Durham. When Sarita came to us and she knew she wanted to go and apply for this particular job, but she said, I know my achievements, but I'm not sure exactly how to articulate them. Oh, not only did we help her put that into a resume, but also interviewing. And once she went to that first level of interviews, then she came back. We went through the second level of interviews. And before you know it, she came back and said, I was selected as the director. That's what happens when you understand who you are from your core. That's what happens when you understand how to be articulate with your achievements. That's what happens when you're able to tell that story. And that is also what happens when you're able to see where it is that you want to go. And then you know without a shadow of a doubt that you have the knowledge, skills, and abilities in order to get there. Oh, but the next thing that you must do is believe. And so when you're becoming a CEO of your life, now think about this. In the left hand, you can start listing all the attributes of the CEO for you, the individual. On the right hand, I want you to start imagining being the CEO of an organization. But so what's the difference? You must have a vision for both. But the CEO of an organization has a vision for an organization. But I want you to start thinking differently. I want you to start thinking and using, what do you see yourself doing? What's the vision that you have for yourself? What are your aspirations? That vision is, what do you want to be known for having made an impact in your community, in your country, in the world? And then the mission. Have you thought about, how have you thought about, or when have you thought about creating a mission statement for yourself, for you, the individual? If you're going to be the CEO of your life, you must have a vision statement and you must have a mission statement. Or else, how are you going to get where you're going? And what about those values, your beliefs, the things that you're no longer going to compromise and accept? Oh, when we work for someone else or work for an organization, have you looked at their values? Does their values match your values? Or is there a disconnect? But so see, when you know the values that you have for yourself as a CEO of your life, you don't compromise them. You look at those values that those organizations have written on their website, and you must match and compare to see, are they truly what you believe, and can you abide by them should you work for someone other than yourself? And even if you work for yourself, you still must create a vision statement and a mission statement and your values as well, because your customers must know what your values are. And what about brand loyalty? When you work for other people, are you working for yourself as an entrepreneur? Then you have brand loyalty. But what about you, the individual? About your life? Do you find yourself putting yourself on the back burner in order to help someone else advance their mission and vision? Oh, but when you have your values and you have them in rank order or priority order, then that will help you determine, do you have brand loyalty to yourself or to someone else? Because remember, you are the brand and the brand is you. Now, we know a lot of companies and all their symbols and logos, and we know exactly what they stand for. But what are you known for? Integrity, trust, your character. Are you a person that you do what you say you're going to do? Are you someone who does 90% when you know you can give that 100%? You know, I hear someone say that, oh, I give 110%. Well, how can you give 110% when there's only one of you? The most important thing is to have a standard of excellence about yourself and for yourself and in everything that you do. And then there is the purpose. Do you have a purpose-driven life? Are you walking in your purpose? Are you doing things right now that you love to do and you would do them whether you got paid or not? Have you forgotten about the passion that you had as a youth or as a teenager, and you put it aside, and now you're wondering, what am I going to do? COVID has taught all of us a lesson that we have all this knowledge, skills, and abilities, yet there were millions of people who lost their jobs. So who are you really? How much thought have you given that lately? How much do you know about yourself from your core? If I were to meet you on the street and ask you a question, so tell me about yourself, how would you answer? Is it based around where you work? Is it based around your level of education and your certifications? Or is it based around what you have a heart for, what you have a love for, what you have a passion for, that you get up every morning ready to do what you love to do? Or are you getting up and going or working to say, I'm working? But are you working and giving back to impact the world? When I look at defining success, I look at what the impact have I made on the world. How have I helped individuals? You know, they say as you're climbing, you should be willing to reach back and pull someone else up with you and help them to move forward. Here, we encourage you to define success because we believe in removing the levels. And as long as you're continuing and succeeding on your own terms, you are successful because you define what success looks like. But when society defines success for us, they define it based on, majority of the time, money. Here we have 4 categories here. We have the Caucasian man at the dollar rate. That's what they're paid for dollar. But then if we start with the minority, we're looking at 75 cents to the dollar of the Caucasian man. But then we look at the Caucasian woman, and she's paid 81 cents to that of the Caucasian man. And then we have to look at our black man, and he's paid 87 cents to that of a white man or a Caucasian man. So that's why it's important that you define what success looks like for you, because you need to know your worth. You need to understand how to advocate for yourself. And you need to know that when you are continuously succeeding on your own terms, you are successful. You're no longer allowing someone else to define success for you. So that's why it's important that you become and be the CEO of your life. Because when you govern your life as the president, as the CEO, you make those decisions based on you are in an authority position. You solve problems the same way. Oh, you have a team, and you might say, okay, so I'm the CEO of my life. I don't have a team. Oh, yes, you do. I beg to differ. Your team is your family. Your team is a spouse or your children. Your team could be your relatives. Your team could be someone that you're mentoring. Your team could be someone that you're giving back to and helping nonprofits. Your team could be writing a book that you're going to share some of your golden nuggets that you're holding within yourself. Don't leave this earth with that knowledge. Share that knowledge. You being the CEO of your life, you no longer have to worry about someone taking your idea and running with it. If you're imparting it into so many people, they would never be able to execute what you were given, the gifts and talents that you were given at birth, the ideas that you're going to come up with. They would never be able to execute it because they were not giving it. You received it. You were given the vision. And so I bring the next step. Know you. know who you are. I wouldn't have to ask the question, who are you? And if I did, you would be able to tell me that I'm an out-of-the-box thinker. I am someone who takes a problem and I can break it down from A to Z, and I can explain it to those who are working with me. You would also be able to tell me that if you decide to become that entrepreneur, that you named your business based on what you have the ability to do, what you know that the avatar or the client, that you know their pain points because you are that avatar and your business is named for that reason. So that's why it's important that you understand who you are and understand it from your core. Remember, I said the brand is you and you are the brand. So therefore, you need to create your brand business. And business is not always going into where you have to literally register it with the EIN or the state. But you can start a business by helping others. And then before long, other people are wanting you for that service that you're rendering by volunteering. There's a lot of businesses that start out that way. So don't feel like you have to jump immediately and go get an EIN number or register with the state. But one thing that you must do is use your voice. Oh, if you're not invited to the table, then I always say create your own table and invite others to your table. And that's where you have your focus groups. That's where you bring people together and have those brainstorming sessions. That's where innovation and creativity comes about. That's where you start helping the young people come and be a part of it. That's right. Our young people, they can start at the age of 4 and 5 because they have been given abilities. Remember I said innate abilities, those God-given abilities. And how do you even define what those abilities look like? Well, there's an assessment that we do that's called the Highlands Ability Assessment. This assessment measures your natural God-given abilities. Yes, there are other assessments out here. I don't knock those assessments. I just happen to use this gold standard assessment because it has proven to me and it has helped my clients and the clients that have come to us to make that 180-degree turn in their life. It has helped them to be able to bring clarity. It has helped them to become unstuck. It has helped them to take their knowledge, skills, and abilities and repurpose them. So now that they're doing things that they love and they just happen to be paid for it. Oh, this Highlands Ability Assessment helps our youth to identify those electives that they need to have when they're getting ready for high school. And then those electives follows them into a college if they decide that they're going to go to college for a degree. Oh, but if not, guess what? It also helps them to identify that trade. Yes, that trade. Do they have a natural ability for mechanics, plumbers, carpenters, electricians? We still need all of these individuals in order to make the world work. So there's a place for all of us. But there are many of us who are not sure what our natural abilities are, what our purpose actually is. My husband, who died in 2010, February 2010, he was getting ready to retire in 2009. And I asked him, what are you going to do when you retire? And he had been working for 30 years at the Postal Service, but he worked many years, other jobs before that. But he said, I want to do absolutely nothing. I'm tired. I want to sit down and do nothing. I'm like, nothing? No, you can't do that. You'll waste away. I have an achievement mindset. I want to be able to be doing things, but not everybody thinks like Maxine. I kid you not. He retired from the Postal Service on December the 3rd of 2009. Hear me out. 2009, December the 3rd, 2009. February the 4th of 2010, my husband was gone. My husband was called home. He left this earth. December, January, and then February, he's gone. After working all those years. So that's why I'm passionate about helping individuals to understand what their God-given abilities are, so that you know your purpose, that you know what it is that the reason why you've been put on this earth to do what you're doing. It's important that you understand that. And then the Highlands breaks it down into so many different areas: the personal, the driving, and the specialized abilities. I won't go through all of that. So what we offer the one-on-one coaching and group coaching, because it's important that not everyone wants to be in a group setting, but it is critical that you understand who you are from your core. And so we do the one-on-ones. Oh, all of this information is on my website. You're able to register for the workshops. You're able to register for the assessments. But the workshops, those workshops are tailored to organizations and to individuals as well. When we have a public workshop, the interpersonal skills are so critical. Technical skills can be learned, but your interpersonal skills must come from within you. It must come from your heart. It must come from what you have inside of you that's driving you. No one can teach you how to have great customer service if you don't have a heart or desire to want to do it. And when I had a team, and when I go to organizations and help them with their team building or team development, or when I'm doing leadership coaching, or when I'm doing individual coaching, I ask, if you're having a performance issue, my question is it a skill or is it a will? If it's a skill, we can improve that skill. But if it's a will, you have to motivate yourself. You cannot expect your parents. You cannot expect your kids. You cannot expect your spouses. You cannot expect your leaders. You must motivate yourself. And then the assessments, it's the Highlands assessment that I work with. And then there are teams that we work with, and customer service. Oh, that customer service is so important, because you have internal and you have external. And majority of the time when we're talking about servicing our customers, we always think external. But I always tell my leaders, if you take care of your customers internal, which are the employees, they would take care of your external customers. But you must put the time into developing those internal customers. And many times that's even identifying what they're naturally gifted at doing, because it's important that you match their skill set up with their roles and responsibilities. And even you need to know that when you are out there looking for employment. I never say you're looking for a job, because I believe it's important that you have your assignment, because assignments are temporary. And when a company no longer needs your service, you don't take it personal, because temporary mean exactly that. There's a beginning and there's an end. And I have a quote that says, career is a lifetime, but life is a project. And a project has a beginning date and an end date. And even when we leave this earth and there is an obituary or there's something written about us in the newspaper, they always have your birth date and your death date. But I want you to pay close attention to that dash between those dates. It's a small dash. But oh, that small dash carries a heavy, heavy, heavy load. That small dash is your legacy. That small dash is a journey that you have traveled while you are here on this earth. That small dash is the impact that you have made on the world. That small dash is, were you the CEO of your life while you walked on this earth? And what impact have you left? What legacies? What are you going to be known for? That's important. And then I do type 2 diabetes coaching. Now that might say, wow, that seemed like the opposite of leadership and all of that, but it's not. Because when you're the CEO of your life, you also must take care of your health. And my husband that died, he died from type 2 diabetes. He actually died from diabetes complications, not things associated with diabetes, but actually diabetes. Diabetes, you do not have to die from it. All you have to do is learn how to get it under control. And that's why I do type 2 diabetes coaching. I have reversed my type 2. I recently married, and 4 years ago, have reversed this husband's type 2. I reversed other individuals' type 2. And there, I have a workshop on my website that you're welcome to go to and register for. You can download it. But I literally formed a team with the American Diabetes Association to be able to spread the word in the world. And I had a team for 8 years. And we had over 62 walkers almost every year. So this is a silent killer, but it doesn't play. It's real. I use diabetes as a platform, but it's also about holistic health. I use coaching as a platform, but it's also about holistic coaching, because we go beyond coaching. We coach to the whole person. So therefore, you understand your worth. You know your value. You're able to articulate what you bring to the table. You're able to articulate why you're here on this earth. You're able to articulate what it is that you see yourself doing. Always develop yourself. Be a lifelong learner. There's a course, a complimentary course called the 3-Step Blueprint to Career Success. It's the introductory to become the CEO of your life and career. I'm just giving you a snippet of what the CEO is all about. It's a series that we go through. We take our time because it's important that you know who you are. That when you travel this journey on this earth, that you have your purpose. The abilities are here. The opportunities are over here. But they can never connect until you have the motivation, until you understand your core, until you can see the vision and the aspirations that you want to acquire, until you understand your knowledge, your skills, your abilities, and you know how to use them. Until you understand, do you need additional education? Or do you need a mentor? Or do you need a sponsor? Or do you need to start giving back? Many times we think we have to go and acquire a literally job in order to acquire experience. But you can volunteer and also acquire experience. Oh, we help you put that on your resume, because a resume is about you telling your story as well. I love telling stories, because when you tell a story, a person can relate to it. They understand if they can fit into that story. They understand that they can internalize what it is that you're talking about. So I'm trusting. And I ask you a question right now. What's your vision for yourself? What's your personal vision? And if you have not yet established it, take a moment right now and write a vision statement for yourself. See where it is you want to go and make that statement. Make a declaration right now. And what mission are you going to be about? Oh, and list those values. And don't just list them for the sake of listing them. Think about them seriously. The values that you adhere to. That's your standard of excellence that you're going to be known for. And when you do that, everything else you do, you match it up against those values. And if it does not match those values, then you have to ask yourself, Is this a path that I'm willing to take? So the other thing that we offer, I have an ebook for you. Just by going to the website, levelusco.com, and fill in the information, and the ebook will come directly to your email. It's a complimentary ebook, and it's on journaling. I started journaling at the age of 11. And when I wrote my goals down, I kid you not, I started accomplishing them. And the more I wrote the goals, the more I accomplished. And that's the reason why I am called the Leveless Woman today, because I continue to succeed on my own terms. My mother used to say, where are you at in the world? And what job have you created for yourself? Because if the job didn't exist, I helped them to see that there was a need for it. So be resourceful, be creative, be innovative. And then we have the transformation book, which is a journal and a guidebook for you to write about your transformation. It's called Transformation, Write, Share, Live, because when you write about it, it's healing, it's restoration, it's restoring, it's refreshing, and it helps, it's therapeutic. And then when you share, you can share it with yourself, you can share it with the world through a book, through a song, through poetry. And then it helps you to live, and your legacy lives on. And then we have Make Every Connection Count. Oh, I keep up with all of my people that I've known years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, because I believe in helping others. What's in it for me? No. It's what can I do to help others? And that brings me to the Scholarship Fund. I serve as a scholarship chair for the Black Business Expo and have done this for 4 years. Why? Because I believe in the vision. I believe in the mission that Dr. Kelly and his family have put forth. I believe that our youth need all of us to impart into them. I believe that whatever we can give, whether it's a dime, a quarter, $1, $5, $1,000, that it's going to help these young people to advance, that they can go down this journey, that they can become entrepreneurs, they can become doctors, they can become lawyers, mechanics, electricians, they can sing songs or write books, but they need someone to get behind them and support them. And that is the reason for the Black Business Expo. That's the vision. That has been the vision all along. And I am so thankful that everybody is rallying around this vision. They're believing in the vision and they're helping us move it forward. So stop right now. There's a Cash App, and that is $BBXUSA. Give and give now. Give it from the heart. Or you can go to the Black Business Expo website, Black Business Expo USA /scholarships, and donate online. You can do it monthly. You can do it one time. So you don't have money right now, but you can give $10 for the next 12 months. $10 adds up. Every penny, it takes what? 100 pennies to equal $1. $1 equal $100. So we keep going on and on and on. But it takes all of us coming together. So Sharon Campbell and myself, we're the co-chairs for the scholarships. And you're going to be seeing more and hearing more about all the things, the great things that's going to be happening. And we will make these awards, the scholarships awards, at the end of the year in November. But we have to get the money in so that we can what? Get the computers. And if you're a company, an organization, that you have computers that you can donate to the Black Business Expo, then call us. 919-308-9090. And we're ready to meet and talk to you about them. So I thank you for this opportunity to be able to share with you what GAMS Unlimited does and Leveless Women Succeeding, what we are about, and how we make our impact on the world. We are transforming generations, and we are leaving legacies. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Miss Maxine. That was powerful. That
Well,
was so
thank you.
powerful. That was very impactful. And I mean, I sat here and I mean, first things first, thank you so much for your presentation. It was phenomenal.
Thank
But I was taking notes back here. I'm all in my feels because I'm like, Lord, let me be the CEO of my life from this whole presentation. It definitely, yes, it's very impactful. It's like, what are we gonna leave behind? And I saw in the comments where someone mentioned, you know, it's like you literally have to make your deposits and leave it here deposited in others before you leave.
Yeah.
So, yes. So you've already mentioned your email and website where people can reach you. I don't even know if I can ask you if there are any finishing words, ma'am. You just pretty much slam dunked that for the expo.
Yeah, I love what I do, and I love helping others become who God has created them to be. And that's one of the reasons why I put the time and effort into our youth as well. You know, GAM's Unlimited primary responsibility has been with the youth. And we even started in elementary school, because one of the things about the youth in elementary school is like, you know, why? How could you coach the youth in elementary school? Well, it's not about literally coaching them per se, but it is about helping the parent to understand how that child takes in new information and process it. And then therefore they can help them with their homework. Because many times as a parent, we teach them the way we learn, not the way the child learns. And so I work with the parents that way for the middle school, elementary and middle school. And after they're in middle school and they go to high school, that's when we start doing the assessment so they can understand what direction they need to take in their life. Because listen, did we know what we wanted to be when we were 14, 15, and 18? No. I have parents asking me now, where were you when I was in high school? You know, which is beautiful because it helps me to help the student, and then it helps me to help the parent. You know, and even the assessment, it even has helped couples because it could be a communication situation. They could be miscommunicating with each other because, again, we take in new information and process it so differently. And the husband could think the wife is not paying any attention. Probably the opposite. The wife probably think the husband is not paying her any attention. And therefore, it could be just a miscommunication because he's processing what she said and she thinks he's not paying her any attention. It's amazing. And then teams are the same way. Teams need to understand all the team players on a team. So the assessment is for teams as well. So that's why I love doing the assessment, because it's the baseline in everything that we do to help our clients.
That extremely level-less. There's not a single area, dark corner that anyone could go in that you don't have a reach. And I definitely appreciate that as well with our audience. So, well, I greatly appreciate you for your presentation. It was amazing. And I hope you have an outstanding rest of your day. And remember, genius. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Genius is common. Yes, ma'am. Genius is common.
I like
that.
And
I'll see you on the other side, ma'am. Oh goodness. That was extremely impactful on my inner core. So praise God. But the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for students in high school to go to college. This is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'm Jaha, Chief of Talkoa of Texas, artist and entrepreneur. My genius is master building. Master building with what's in my hands or nothing at all. I learned to keep it simple, clear, and concise. Lay a strong foundation in truth and purity, and you really can't go wrong. Allow room for yourself and others to grow. Tap deep. I learned a lot there. Like it's better to steer away from being judgmental. I learned more about my uniqueness. I learned about authenticity, so on and so on and on and on and on. I realized I didn't have to spend my time being in competition because I already won. You don't have to spend your time always competing against people. You're already a winner. Allow yourself room to grow and allow others room to grow. To learn yourself, to learn what your genius is, and to be the best you, to be the best genius that you are. This is our individual journey, as well as our collective journey. And it's not so much that we have to explain ourselves to people to help them to get us, because they're probably not going to get us anyway. You'll know when you struck that genius goal, because you'll freely share, and you'll share it with great love and wisdom. Whatever you want, know it. Be it and do it. Don't be afraid to live it out. Be the inspiration. Be the miracle. Be the dream. Be the love. Be the success. So, what's your genius? Own it. Go fearlessly. We are innately wired with genius. Pay it forward with good intentions. Genius is common.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to take this time out to say a special thank you to our sponsors, Black Leaders Worldwide, Peony Properties LLC, First Atlantic, Step Management, Moody Capital Partners, National Black Mastermind Group, A New Way Home, NC, Kingdom Legacy Partnerships, LLC, GAMS Unlimited, LLC, Creative Force Studios, and Black Business Expo, USA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Foundation. Well, everyone, I have thoroughly enjoyed my time with you. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Eric Kelly III, CEO of the Black Business Expo Olympic and Network. The Black Business Expo is an event organized by Dr. Eric Kelly III in order to bring attention and exposure to Black entrepreneurs, clubs, organizations, and service providers in the greater Durham area, along with other cities from across North Carolina. We also aim to create space for networking among Black entrepreneurs in our day events that will give business clients and new income with new marketplaces. Black Business Expo offers direct access to more than consumers worldwide do. The mission is to stimulate growth and development within urban communities by strengthening businesses, inspiring youth, and building better business relationships between corporations and Black businesses. The Black Business Expo USA is a learning hub for those in the business and corporate industry. As a not-for-profit, Black Business Expo USA runs educational programs designed to help business and creative business professionals stay at the forefront of the rapidly changing corporate and business industries. Black Business Expo USA is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. It exists to raise scholarships for students going to college in North Carolina and celebrate the uniqueness of corporations and business in a local business culture. His motto is, "What you are looking for is looking for you." I present to you Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, Dr. Kelly.
It's been a long, long day. It's our first day. And usually on the first day, we get a chance to see so many great moderators. And, you know, I want to celebrate the mod squad, as I call them, the moderator squad. And you've done an outstanding job. Want to thank you for all that you've done all day, you know, your hours. I shouldn't say all day, but your hours. And what did you learn today?
Whew, sir, I learned a wealth of information. I've learned about the presentations, for one, making sure to keep them sweet and sound. I learned about being, especially recently, being the CEO of my own life, literally handling myself and my life as though it's a business. I learned about connecting all of the even reaching back into my grandmother and seeing if she would be interested in, you know, her alma mater, committing some time, you know, going back to the colleges, showing how they, you know, how the community can actually come together to make sure that they stay relevant, efficient, and maintain their strength. Like I tell you, I learned so many different things throughout this entire showcase of information that has gone forth from the beginning all the way to this. It's truly been a pleasure on me to be a part of this. So thank you so much for the opportunity, because I mean, my mind is just like, oh, so many notes. Let me go all the way back to the beginning and continue forward. So yes, sir.
Well, of course, this is what we wanted to do. We want the Black Business Expo, or the Black Business Network, to be a network that chains people together for a wealth of profit. And I think a lot of times we have business shows and no one talks about money, no one talks about profit, and nobody talks about structure. And those are the kinds of things that we've been talking about this evening. And again, I want to thank you for being a part. No one ever asked you, what's the name of your business?
No, in the beginning, I was asked the name of my business is Superlative You. Yes, sir.
And what type of business is it?
So my business actually specializes in youth empowerment. I also, my company, personal development, as well as business startup, vision, mindset, and strategies. So the whole thing with be the CEO of your own life, I'm literally going to adopt that. And I've got to get with Miss McCoy at this point, because that was outstanding. That was so impactful. I'm like, I need to revamp this whole vision and align it with what God has put within this lady, because that's going to help. So yes, sir.
Now, how can people get in contact with you in terms of your company?
Now, in terms of my company, I'm available on the social media platforms under Superlative You. So that's SUPERLATIVEYOU, or just you as in the letter. I can also be contacted on my cell phone, 318, business cell phone, 318-592-1768. And then by email at superlativeyoulife.life. I'm sorry.
Well, of course, this is the last one of the hour. We want to thank you. We will not be asking you to sit through this one and wait and take us on home, because, of course, you know, I will definitely take us on home. And again, thank you so very much for all the great work that you've done this evening.
Thank you, sir. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so very much, Tierney. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we've been on all morning from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. This is the first tour. This is the first one of 7 days. And of course, when you begin to talk about 7 days, you got to talk about what is the mission? What is the goal? The mission and goal is to share with our kids another opportunity. When you think about all the Black businesses in North America, they represent about $200 billion. But then when you sit back and you look at the bigger landscape and notice that one company by the name of Amazon has $300 billion, which means that our community has not worked hard enough to be on the same level with one individual. And that means that one man has $100 billion more than all of the Black businesses in the country. And so we must change that. We must begin to create an ecosystem that's going to change that. And creating the ecosystem means that we as business owners must band together, must get together and begin to do business one-on-one, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4. And as those numbers go up, we need to build capacity to do more business around the world. The Black Business Expo or the Black Business Network is sponsored by the Black Business Expo. It's sponsored by Step Management. It's sponsored by several companies and corporations, but we're opening the door to you. As on last February, we did over 133,000 people, and we expect to do many, many more during this month of June. And right now, I'd like to bring up one of the what I would call managers of the Black Business Expo, and that is, of course, none other than Maxine McCoy, Phillips McCoy.
Hello again.
As you've done a great job, I want to give you your kudos on what you did before, but we want to talk about the Black Business Expo and some of the things that you've done as a company. A lot of people don't know that GAMS Unlimited is the company that is managing all of the speakers, is managing all the things behind the scene. Talk a little bit about what that is.
Well, that is I call it process improvement. I call it project management. And it's about bringing all of your tools and your techniques and putting it in an organized way so they can run as smooth as possible. One of the things that we do is we offer project management training. And I didn't mention that because that's another side of the business. But that project management is how do you use your resources, your communication resources, and you have to put together a plan. It's about initiating it, listening to what your stakeholder wants, what their vision is and what their expectations are. And once you can do that, then everything else starts falling into place. And I thank the speakers for today and how well they came together. The training that we put forth, there was a training plan that was put in place. Not only, when I say training, they don't have to be trained, but the thing of it is they have to understand the process and how things are going to run so they will be run smoothly and so that everyone is, I always say, moving in the same direction. It's about being high performing, and that's exactly what was executed today.
Well, you know, when you begin to talk about project planning and project training, talk a little bit about what that entailed, because I know you had another company working with you, another young lady working with you.
Yes.
The name of Teresa
Satchel.
Teresa Satchel. Talk
Right.
a little bit about that relationship.
Oh my gracious. Teresa Satchel is outstanding. She's Kingdom Legacy Partnership. And notice that word kingdom. And I use the word legacy a lot. And then the partnership. And what has happened is that she and I met each other probably about 2 years ago when I was delivering a message to the women at Celebration Church. And, you know, we are both believers, and it was dropped into her spirit that she needed to reach out to me. It took us a year before it happened, but it happened. But once it happened, it's almost like we've been inseparable. She has done so many projects with me. We worked on many different events together. And then once, you know, I invited her to be a speaker in February. And afterwards, guess what happened? The same thing dropped into her spirit and say, hey, I need to come back and see if I can be of a service and help. And that's exactly what she has done. Her company has come in. She has worked behind the scene tirelessly. And I mean, everything has just come together because she and I are both detailed and administrative. And the rest of the team has just followed suit. So it's been wonderful working with her, and the fact that we both believe in your vision.
Well, you know, the question that many people may ask, why a Black Business Network? Why a Black Business Expo? Why do something for our students? What is your take on that?
Well, you know, the whole thing of it is that we have so many different nationalities. And when you look at it, we always talk about diversity and inclusion. There's nothing wrong with that. I've been doing diversity and inclusion ever since my children were in elementary school. You know, I did the Black History Month, and I did Celebration of Cultures. I've done all of that. But there does come a time that it's nothing wrong if you want to say that you're going to focus on this particular group of individuals. But the whole thing of it is that we still take all this knowledge that we have and we share with other nationalities. So with the Black Business Expo, we are focusing on our Black youth in order to help them move forward in life. And I don't feel like that there is anything wrong with being able to have I call it almost like a focus group. We have a focus group. It's just happened to be the Black youth. It's not just the Black youth though. Remember that there's another, the Native Americans are included in that as well. And so, that's the other thing that we need to take into consideration. It's just how can we help this particular group of individuals who have a desire to go on to school, who need the financial help. And I'm just going to take it just a step backwards. When I was in school, in high school, I went to a predominantly Caucasian school. And the integration had taken place going from elementary to middle school, then middle school to high school. I was one of those kids, if I had not had the achievement mindset, I would have fallen through the cracks.
Mm-hmm.
I would have fallen through the system because I was at 2.4 GPA, child, that if you're, they call it C student. And if you're a C student, that means you're not really looked at as far as going to college. You don't take the college preparatory classes back then. But because I had that achievement mindset, I felt that my family could not afford it because we had 12 in the family. But little did I know on that one salary, we really could have afforded it, but that was lack of knowledge. So why should we continue to have this generation to have lack of knowledge? We need to make them aware. We need to bring the resources, the tools, the techniques. We need to reach back and help these individuals to move forward. We always talking about our Black men or our Black youth, male being incarcerated or doing things is illegal. But if they understand who they are and they understand what they bring to this world, they can use those same skills and be productive to society. But if no one ever takes the time to help them to realize that, then all we have are problems. But what about the solutions? The Black Business Expo is about solutions. We have pinpointed a problem area. Now we're bringing the solution. And that's why we want individuals to come on board and partner with us.
When you begin to talk about partnering with the Black Business Expo, we talk about our kids, and I'm sure you hear it from me all the time, how important it is. What do you see in terms of how it helps the parent?
I think it's a couple of things how it helped the parent. I think it helps the parent to, number one, acquire additional development for themselves, because the Black Business Expo is bringing all these experts to the table. You don't have to pay anything for it. It's all free. It costs you your time. It costs you the time to take notes. It does cost you, but not necessarily in dollars. It costs you more in your time and effort than anything, because learning, or even if you take notes, it's just words on a piece of paper until you come back and apply it. It must be implementation. And so what we're doing is we're bringing forth to help the parents to understand we're helping you to help yourself, first of all, and it's empowering you. Let's take the word help away. It's empowering you to see life differently. Many times we can be stuck and we don't know how to become unstuck. But as a parent, we help you to become unstuck. We're giving you options and opportunities. And the other thing is, remember, I used the words transforming generations. As a parent, when we learn things, we can then take it home and we can share it with our youth. We can share it with our other family members. And then, it's about leaving a legacy and transforming generations, because once we impart it into our kids or into our family members, as they get older, then they can also pass it on. We always talk about generational curse. Well, let's talk about generational wealth. Let's talk about generational knowledge. Let's talk about generational levelless, so put a positive spin and not always look at the negative side, but put a positive side to it. Don't get me wrong. I understand there's a negativity out here, but there's a negative and there's a positive. So look at both sides and then let's see what we can do differently. So I feel like that's how I can help the parents.
Well, as we continue to talk about the Black Business Expo, and as we continue to ask people to actually donate to this to this opportunity for kids, what do you see in the future for our students? One of the things that we talked about doing is to partner a student with a business owner and to follow that student all the way through their college lives, and possibly look at those students as business owners as they receive laptop computers.
Well, I'm going to go back to what I just talked about earlier, CEO of your life. That's what we're going to help our students to understand at the earliest age possible. And even that assessment, introducing that assessment to them so that they can understand the direction that's really that their innate abilities that they're born with, and not put them in a position of roles of responsibilities that's against what they're naturally gifted at doing. Because then they don't have that drive, they don't have that motivation. But the minute we put something in front of them that they have a love for and a knack for, I mean, it's almost like turning a light bulb on. It's almost like seeing like that twinkle in their eyes again. Like, man, I truly enjoy this, and you talk exposure, making them aware, giving that exposure. We have kids who sit in front of the what they call it, the video games, and play the video games, right? And I used to talk to the parents. The parents say, well, he's just sitting in front of this video game for like 5 and 6, 7 hours and doing absolutely nothing. And I said, well, hold up. Have you given any thought to asking this young person, so what intrigues you about this video game? And then they start telling them about the strategies of the video game. And that's what happened when I would start talking to kids. Like, well, tell me the strategy. Why you like this strategy? Or do you not like the strategy? And if you don't, what can you do differently? And then they start telling me how they were strategizing. And it helps me to understand that they have all these inner thoughts that we have not given them an opportunity to talk about. So here you have an engineer sitting in front of you, and you think it's someone just sitting there playing a video game, and they're not really learning anything. But sometimes in those video games, you learn strategies and you learn life strategies. And what is life about? It's about strategizing. Mm-hmm. And so to me, that's what I think is happening. The more that we start talking about helping our young people and helping them to advance and helping them to understand what they're actually gifted at doing and helping them to move forward with it. And the Black Business Expo is an awesome way. And we're even, partnering with other, entities that work with youth. So you got the partnerships going on. It's not just local, we're global, we're worldwide, we're hitting 200 countries. So we're worldwide talking. It's not just students here in the United States. We are imparting to individuals across the world.
Well, when you begin to talk about across the world, and you talk about some of the speakers that you ladies have put together, who are some of the speakers that you want the audience to kind of be looking out for as we move into the rest of the week?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's putting me on the spot, right? Because we have over 100 speakers here, and they're all fantastic. So I am not going to be cherry picking, because what I want you to do is I want you to go. I think, where's the schedule? I want to be able to direct them to the schedule. So we need to direct you to the schedule so you can see the phenomenal speakers and you can start looking at the topics in which they're talking about. Dr. Kelly mentioned the first thing this morning about all the themes that we have going on for the 7 days, business development. We have social and media. We have marketing. We have the business and the church, the business and the culture. We have Generation Z and Generation X. We have all these great speakers that are going to be talking about, even the millennials are going to be talking about diversity from a technical perspective. We have a group of men that's going to be talking about diversity from technology. And then we're going to have a group of women, a panelist of women, that's going to be talking about diversity from a professional perspective. We have the elite of essence that's going to be talking about what is life. You got these seasoned, mature women that's going to be talking to you about their travels, their journeys in life. And then we have, of course, diversity and inclusion. And we have the collection effect. And what is that all about? That's about a group of individuals who are event I don't know if they call planners, but they have event systems or event, what do you call it, buildings or things like that. And they're going to be talking about how do you set up those events? What are some of the things that you need to take into consideration? And then, you know, we have individuals that are going to be talking about your finances. You know, we had Sadia Douglas on this morning. I mean, she laid it out. I don't know if you didn't watch it, you better go back and look at it. I mean, she told you how to lay those taxes out. She told you how to lay your finances out. She told you how to do your budget. She told you how to set your vision and mission statement. And here I come back in the afternoon and talk about vision and mission statement about being the CEO of your life. Well, if you're the CEO of your life, you have a budget that you must maintain. And you can't maintain that budget if you have not created one. And you must pay taxes on the money that you're going to get because you don't want anybody coming after you or freezing all of your assets. And so she laid it out. And, you know, so I don't want to start naming names because then everybody said, but you didn't call me. And he knows I'm the project manager over the speakers. But let me tell you, speakers, you all did a phenomenal job.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, great nuggets. I mean, I am gonna I say, can I tell on myself? Okay, so when we had the speaker that was right before me, oh shoot, I'm drawing a blank, and I know her. I know Corbett, Wendy. When we had Wendy coming on and she was talking about the PowerPoints and don't put too many words on the PowerPoint and all that. Guess what I did? I was taking words off of the PowerPoint when she was talking.
Well, you know, that is what it's all about.
You learn and apply.
Yeah, it's about training. You know, we talk about knowledge and how knowledge is power. And we hear that all the time. And we see the t-shirts, knowledge is power, knowledge is power. But if you don't use the knowledge, it's not power. It's just a word. And I think sometimes people get caught up into the wordplay and don't get caught up into the actual work play. You know, I often look at the business owners that we have on our show, and I look at them and I always wonder, you know, if you have this level of commitment to ensure that you do 1 hour, then it must mean that you have the same kind of commitment in your business. And sometimes people don't reinvest in their business. What they do is they make a little money, they get happy, then they come back and make another little bit of money. And one of the things I've talked about earlier about consistency, one of the things we have to do as a group is to begin to look at how to build your company, how to not be a hookup entrepreneur, how to not be a solo entrepreneur. And these are things that we want to teach each and every day. And today was business empowerment. Tomorrow is going to be branding, advertising, public relations, 64 ways to do your business on the social media platform. And I do guarantee that it's going to be some very exciting and some very new people that you've never seen before. Talk a little bit about the days as we go forward.
But when you start talking about tomorrow, you're talking about social media and marketing. You know, I think we had a person earlier that talked about the importance of marketing and knowing social media and using social media the proper way. I was guilty of not knowing how to use social media. I was guilty of thinking, put it on Facebook. It's going to get a lot of, well, yes, it did get a lot of likes, but those likes did not convert to revenue. Mm-hmm. And so the whole objective is whatever you're doing, it needs to convert to revenue. And that was a part that I missed, you know, I missed it somewhere when I first started the business. And so, but all it does is delay. It does not deny. Notice what I said. It only delays, but not deny. Because if you're persistent and you're consistent and you know that this is your calling and your ministry, you're going to continue to move forward and you're going to be developed. You're going to allow yourself to be developed. You're going to seek a mentor. So these are the kind of things that's happening for the rest of the week. These speakers that you're going to hear coming forth, they are sharing their knowledge with the world. All you must do is listen to it and apply it.
Well, you know, that
also, is. Well, let me say one more thing. In these speakers, you are going to resonate with one or two of them. Don't be fearful of reaching out to them if your spirit has guided you to do exactly that. Move forward and do it. because that could end up being a mentor for you. That could end up being a sponsor for you. Now, there are some things such as a paid mentorship. So don't always look at everything as being free, because we all really have bills to pay. We have a business we're running and so forth. So, but you need to have self-development. It needs to be continuous learning. And you just said, Dr. Kelly, okay, so you make a little money, but invest that money. Invest it back in you. Invest it back into the business. Invest it back into how you can get the social media, how you can help someone with your website, how you can get, I call it a copywriter. A copywriter is so critical to your business. I never knew that starting out, that the copywriter is the one that's going to write the information that your avatar, which is your person that you are marketing toward, that's your client, your ideal client, and you speaking to them. You're not speaking around them. You're not speaking below them, but you're speaking to them. Mm-hmm. And that's what you need someone to be able to do. But if you don't reinvest that money into the business, then what's going to happen? Like COVID hit, and before you know it, now everybody's on a platform. So you're no longer going in person, but now you got to learn how to convert your in-person workshops into digital workshops or to online workshops. You might need a course in that. You might need to have somebody come in here and help you do all of that. So you have to learn to reinvest the money. I never will forget, I heard someone says, do a 80-10 rule or 70-30 rule. Live off of 70%, save 10%, invest 10%, and then donate 10%. That way you're not living outside your means. And you never find yourself in one of those deficit situations because you're over living according to what your income, what you're bringing in. But that's what Sadia helped us to understand today.
Well, so many nuggets, so many great speakers, so many people who have brought what I call the rain, and given us some fire. It's been a great day today. And as we're looking at our time, we have about 2 more minutes that we're going to do. And we're looking at tomorrow. Now, looking at tomorrow is all about 64 ways to do your company on social media. And when we begin to talk about those ways, we're talking about the different areas that you can utilize, such as your Twitter, such as your LinkedIn, such as your Facebook, such as your YouTube. One of the top influencers are going to be on tomorrow by the name of Dr. Belinda Kendall, who's really going to break it down and talk a little bit about what it's like to be an influencer. A lot of people would like to be influencers, but what it's like to be an influencer. What is your day-to-day like? How did she matriculate herself through this whole social media piece? Because, if you're an influencer and you have over 100,000 people watching you, then that means that when you do something, those people are going to be watching what you do. And again, as you look at tomorrow, you're also going to be looking at the different pieces of social media that you can use. Some people don't use text as part of their social media, but text is also a part of your social media. And then, of course, posting, Twitter, posting on TikTok. These are all parts of the social media. And on tomorrow, we're going to have people from 8 o'clock in the morning who will break it down and share how that works.
Yes, I had a friend who's a baby boomer. And so she just started TikTok about 2 weeks ago. And I think I looked on her, I think on Facebook, she posted a day and talked about like a million views or whatever they have to go in and do with TikTok. And it's like, she said, who would have ever thought that they would accept a baby boomer out there on TikTok? So that's where I always say, just be creative, be innovative, out of the box thinker. Don't worry about what society tells you need to do. You need to be innovative and do what your spirit is guiding you to do. So I absolutely loved it when I read that about her.
Well, not only tomorrow, but when Wednesday comes around, and I think a lot of people who are looking at Wednesday really are not looking at Thursday, and Thursday is diversity and inclusion. Talk a little bit about the diversity and inclusion.
Well, that's one of, that's why we have those panels coming in. And that's why I'm so excited, because we have those two major panels happening, and they're talking about diversity from the women professionals. Demetrius Cheatham, she's going to bring, two individuals back with her, and they're going to be talking about that diversity from a professional. So listen, you all need to chime in, because I know we hear the word diversity and inclusion so much here. But what is diversity and inclusion? And why is it so prevalent now? But to me, remember, I told you, I've been doing diversity and inclusion ever since my child was in the first or second grade, and she's now 39. So I've been doing diversity and inclusion for a long time. I did it in middle school. I did it at the community college. It's all about bringing individuals in so that they can understand, how do we work together? And that's what they're going to be talking about on Thursday. Then we have a panelist of men that's going to be coming on, and they're going to be talking to us about diversity and inclusion from the technical perspective. What are you running up against from a man? How are you being perceived? How are you being recognized? How are you being promoted? How are you being paid? All of that. Remember, even in my PowerPoint, I had about the Caucasian man receiving the $1 and the Black man receiving 87 cents of that same dollar, where the Black woman was only receiving 75 cents. So we need to understand these disparities, and we need to understand, what do we need to be doing differently in order to bridge that gap, to make that gap closer. And even if you start reading about a lot of the studies, even the White House is looking at it. Kamala Harris is taking that into consideration, because there's a lot of disparities out here. And I know that we're seeing a lot of individuals being promoted. There was an article out yesterday, I think it was from Forbes, and there were two of our African-American women who were promoted to CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies. But I always come back and say, we see them being promoted, but what we like to actually make sure is happening, that they're also getting that dollar for dollar, that they're no longer getting that 75 cents to the dollar of a white man. So that not only they getting the title, they're getting the roles and responsibilities, but they also need to be receiving a salary. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration when we start talking about diversity. And the other thing that I bring in when they start talking about diversity is we have the impaired, whether it's hearing, whether it's walking, what are their challenges? That's a part of diversity. Even an illness such as diabetes can be considered as part of diversity. So there's so many different things that we can take into consideration. Yes, yeah. Decision makers. Yes, we have to take all of that. I'm trying to read some of the comments of DNA. The way to go must include the orgs, right? The decision makers. When you're having that conversation, it's important to include the influencers, the ones who are at the helm of that organization. Because at the end of the day, if you put forth a proposal, majority of the time it's going to have to go up the chain in order to get it approved, in order to get it to be implemented. And if you send your employees to a diversity and inclusion training, but you don't send the management team to go, and the employees come back and they're wanting to implement certain things that wanting change to take place, but it's not happening, then what? So you do not want that to happen at all. So, yes, so I think I thought Dr. Keller was getting ready to come back. So it'd be nice to hear your comments and what are you thinking when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And that way, if we can get some questions ahead of time, that would be great as well. And we can prepare our panels to be ready to answer those questions while they're talking, because that's what it is, a great discussion, a rich discussion.
Well, it's been a long day. It's been a pretty long day. I feel like I'm going to get ready for tomorrow. You've done an outstanding job. We will see everybody on the other side. And as we continue to say, genius is common. Thank you so very much for being a part of what we're doing. We look forward to all the things that you're going to do all week long. It's been a great day. You got Eric Kelly III, and you got Maxine
Phillips McCoy.
And we're going to be talking to you all day tomorrow. Make sure you tune in at 8 o'clock sharp, as we have a special treat for you in terms of the state of Black business in the world. You got EK3 from the South Side saying, yes, indeed, what you're looking for is looking for you. And as we always say, I'll see you on the other side. Mark.
I'm Jaha, Chief of Talkoa of Texas, artist and entrepreneur. My genius is master building. Master building with what's in my hands or nothing at all. I learned to keep it simple, clear, and concise. Lay a strong foundation in truth and purity, and you really can't go wrong. Allow room for yourself and others to grow. Tap deep. I learned a lot there. Like it's better to steer away from being judgmental. I learned more about my uniqueness. I learned about authenticity, so on and so on and on and on and on. I realized I didn't have to spend my time being in competition because I already won. You don't have to spend your time always competing against people. You're already a winner. Allow yourself room to grow and allow others room to grow. To learn yourself, to learn what your genius is, and to be the best you, to be the best genius that you are. This is our individual journey, as well as our collective journey. And it's not so much that we have to explain ourselves to people to help them to get us, because they're probably not going to get us anyway. You'll know when you struck that genius goal, because you'll freely share, and you'll share it with great love and wisdom. Whatever you want, know it, be it, and do it. Don't be afraid to live it out. Be the inspiration, be the miracle, be the dream, be the love, be the success. So, what's your genius? Own it. Go fearlessly. We are innately wired with genius. Pay it forward with good intentions. Genius is common.
Genius is common. Hello everybody, my name is Lil Asmar. I'm 13 years old. I'm a kid prodigy bass guitar player. I've been in 7 different magazines. I've been on Ellen DeGeneres, Steve Harvey, Little Big Shot Show twice, Harry Connick Jr. Show twice, Wonderama, played with so many celebrities, been on the road with Uncle Bootsy Collins, played with Nate Watts and Stevie Wonder's band, been on so many big TV shows, and this is what I can do. Genius is common.
Yeah, I've been doing the expo. That's why I hadn't really done anything.
Do you have to believe in it so hard because people put their shit, their insecurities on you? Find your genius level talent. Do you have to believe?
Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo.